of Cowboys and Michael McMullen.
Thanks, Di. Hello, everyone. Beating one co-brother is hard enough these days. Try beating two of them in the same weekend. Although, in attempting to do just that, Joshua Filler can at least rely on strong local and vocal support. Time for the warm-ups. What have you made of Copenhagen's form so far? Magnificent yesterday, wasn't he?
Yeah, brilliant, as always. Very rarely does he put in a real poor performance.
Yeah, looking to be the first player in 9 years to successfully defend this title, and only the second ever. Up against him, though, is Joshua Filler, who's always interesting to talk to. Zara Buck did just that.
Josh, guten Tag.
Hello.
Hello. I've brought you down to beautiful Hildesheim.
It's my first time in Hildesheim, first time here in the city center. The weather is good, luckily, today. We're also followed by good food here.
You've ordered a few traditional cuisine.
Yeah, first of all, we got my all-time favorite. It's just a schnitzel, nice potatoes, asparagus, and sauce hollandaise.
It looks amazing,
Yeah,
but we'll
it
sample
does.
that in a little bit, because I want to talk to you about your great run so far at the World Pool Masters. You know, you've booked your spot into the semi-final. You've really got the crowd on your side in front of your German fans. How amazing has it been?
Yeah, first of course, on the one side, it does support you, it helps you, but on the other side is maybe more pressure, because you don't want to lose, you don't want to let them down. Great atmosphere. I think the people really enjoy it being here, and I hope for the future the event stays here in Germany as well.
Quarterfinals. Talk to me about that, because it was a really dominant display from yourself against Ko Ping-chung.
Yeah, I mean, I had a good chance to be up 3-1, missed this fairly, easy 6-ball, followed also by an easy 8-ball. But on the 8-ball, I got really, really lucky. But right after that, I said to myself, of course, you got lucky, but you still have to take it. I played good safeties, good tactical things, made good putts, and yeah, I mean, I'm just happy to be through, be on the final day, and try my best against his brother.
His brother, indeed, Ko Ping-yi, the defending champion of the World Pool Masters. How tough is that going to be, that match?
Of course, it's going to be super, super hot. He wants to beat me for sure, to revenge his brother. But I just have to look on my game, what I have to improve. It's probably the break, doing more damage, take my chances, break better. Hope a couple of runouts will help to be in front pretty quick, and put him under pressure.
Well, it's going to be very, very exciting. Best of luck.
Thank you.
And shall we sample some of this before it gets too cold?
Yeah, finally.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Finally. I've got my on a
you
bit
first.
of schnitzel. Oh, thank you. White asparagus, that's a first.
Unfortunately, I don't like it. I only eat schnitzel and French fries and potatoes. That's good. I like it.
It's good.
Don't know about the food. That looked like the most enormous cup of tea I've ever seen. So this is what we have at the World Masters now. We have the banners of all the players around the arena. We had this in Brentwood last year as well. And as they're eliminated one by one, the light on them turns red to show that they are out of the tournament. You can see Shane Van Boening there. He was the last to be lit in red after that match last night. And these are the four who remain. And you know, just looking at Joshua Filler, Carl, there are some people in various sports who don't really like playing in front of a strong home support. He seems to thrive on it.
Yeah, he's desperate to win a big major in his home country, because pool players travel so much. 26 years of age, that's hard to believe he's only 26, just because he seems to have been around for about 15 years, to be honest, and he's won so much in the sport of Nineball.
Yeah, and as he warms up, we can see his stats there. 5 listed as his World Nineball Tour ranking. That's actually based on where the players were when the seedings were set for this event. He's actually been overtaken since by Jason Shaw and dropped to number 6. But there's no way he's only the 6th best player in the world, Carl.
No, I mean, obviously, Ruiz still holds that title. You've got to, win one of the big majors.
Yeah, that's it. You've got to go out and prove it on the table. This man certainly did last year. Ko Ping-yi, and as I said, looking to emulate what Shane Van Boening did back in 2015 by successfully defending the title. And there's no big mystery, Carl, to the fact that it's only happened once before. Talk about how hard it is to win something twice, but the reality is it's so hard to win even once that to then try and back that up, it's just a massive task. There's no big mystery behind it.
Yeah, to come and try and win back-to-back Masters titles, I do feel like there's only a select few that could ever achieve that. SVB has been one of them.
Ralph Souquet with 6, by far and away the winner of the most World Masters titles. Nobody else has won more than 2. There are a few players on that number, and Ko Ping-yi is hoping to join them. As you'd expect, of course, his brother is here today. There he is, Ko Ping-chung. Was the prospect of the two of them playing each other in this semi-final. I'm not sure, though, people really wanted to see that, because in the past, when they've played each other, they've not looked comfortable. They don't like it at all, and it hasn't been a particularly good match. So the last few moments of the warm-up, and we'll get on with the lag in just a moment. Does increase a little bit now, the target. It was raised to 9 in the first round, moved up to 10 for the quarterfinals yesterday. Now it takes 11 to get through to tonight's final.
Well, 2 fantastic semi-finals that we've got this afternoon. Filler versus Ko Ping-yi, and then Shaw versus Gorst. It's been a splendid week here in Hildesheim. All the top players have been advancing.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about there, and one thing to add to that is that the final this evening will be race to 13, which has become basically the standard distance for these big matchroom finals. It's made such a difference to the event. World Masters obviously was a fantastic event even before, but the decision last year to make the matches that bit longer has only added to the prestige further.
As always, we start with the lag nearest to the top rail. Will break first. Don't need to break first, but we've never seen anybody pass up the break. Why would you? Because if you put the 9 on the break, you would win the rack. The main thing is, Filler's got to try and pop the 1 ball in the side pocket, and you stay at the table.
Deep breath, bracing himself. Joshua Filler, the home favourite, starts off what should be a wonderful day here in Hildesheim.
He's missed the 1 ball. He's going to need a random ball. Oh, he's just fell. A random ball. It was the 2 ball, wasn't it?
It's also fallen nicely on the 1.
Nice little opening pot. He would have liked the cue ball a little bit further out into the centre of the table. That would have meant the 3 ball pot that he's about to take on would have been a little bit easier. So this is an early test. This type of shot, if you pot it, really help you feel relaxed. A little wide. It was a little wide.
It's come through a lot in all sorts of ways to get to this final day of the tournament. We were talking earlier about that foot injury he did yesterday, and those are the benefits of youth. I spoke to him before the match and assured me his foot is absolutely fine, and no obvious signs of it bothering him at all. He's also been quite ill for the last few weeks. He's had a very bad cold which won't go away, and really when he started out in the tournament in the opening night, he didn't look well at all. Even in a match with a potential 21 racks, first is always so important. You really can set the tone in a game where momentum is so important. You saw it last night, even with the stroke of fortune that Gorst had. Golden break with the very first shot of the match, and got him off and running, and at the time Ocean registered at all, Gorst already had 6 racks on the board. No golden break here. But a run out from the break is perhaps even better as a confidence-building measure. Joshua Filler leads Copenhagen by 1 rack to 0. We heard from Filler before the match. What about the defending champ?
In the beginning, I can imagine win 10-1. I just want to win every rack, so very happy. Joshua Filler is very good player, so I think it will be one more exciting game, so I just do my best. My opponent is myself. If I play like this match, like I play FSR, maybe I can win the champion again. So I hope after 2 matches I can win and win. I like longer games, so I like race to 11.
You know, we may have as many as 67 racks to be played across the 3 matches here in Hildesheim on this final day of the World Masters. 1 already in the books, and it's gone the way in a very clean and swift fashion in favour of Filler. He breaks in rack 2.
Missed the 1 ball again. The 2 ball actually didn't move until it got kicked, and it got kicked in the side pocket. Another tester, cue ball's near the rail. It's long. Position should be fairly natural. It's in the middle of the pocket. It's in the middle of the pocket. And this table sets up real nice now. Just look at where the balls are.
You know, a couple of years ago, we often saw players not get a shot until about the 5th or 6th rack of a match. The different breaking rules and the more punishing pockets. Nowadays, it doesn't happen so much. Even if you can get the first 2 racks on the board without your opponent getting to the table. Well, in 2024, that's regarded as an absolute flying start. It's the chance Filler has here. So he hasn't made the 1 ball off the break in either of the first 2 racks. Nevertheless, he's won them both without his opponent even getting to the table. Joshua Filler very quickly opens a 2-0 lead. Copenhagen has come to play, but hasn't been allowed to yet. And as we've been saying, it's the 30th anniversary staging. Missed out a year or 2 along the way for different reasons. It was actually called the European Masters when it started all the way back in 1993, and you can see all those wins there for Ralph Souquet. Shane Van Bonen with his back-to-back successes in 14 and 15. And the name of Karol Skowerski there in 2012, particularly significant today, because he's the last player to win this title in his home country of Poland. Joshua Filler looking to emulate that. Filler has won the title before, a couple of years ago, the last of the Gibraltar era, and Copenhagen succeeding him as the champion in Brentwood almost exactly a year ago. You've been to the semis of this, haven't you, Carl?
Yes,
Rack 3.
Neil's fire.
Joshua Filler's break, leading 2 racks to 0.
Actually, the year Niels won it as well, he went on to win.
So he's made the 1 in the side for the first time. the third attempt. What's he got in the two, Carl?
Looks like a safety shot coming up, so we may well see Ko Ping-yi come to the table, but it might not be pretty. Yeah, there you see a good look, so it will be the safety shot. Got a lot of balls though, so you expect some kind of hook. Left it a little bit shy of pace. Yeah, you can sort of see a little bit of it, even with a little bit of swerve, he can do something, but maybe he's going to try and swerve it and hit the two ball full. Just create some distance. He could kick him behind, so he just made sure he got a good cue ball there, which he did.
Ko Ping-yi first played in the World Masters as a teenager back in 2008. Beat two stars, Ralph Souquet and Tony Drago, to reach the semis where he lost to Mika Immonen.
Well done. Every day, every pool match is very much different. You know, we see big wins, we see hill matches. What we did see yesterday, up until the Shaw Van Bonin match, was very one-sided matches, and this rack here, Michael, I just feel like it's important for Ko Ping-yi, because after this rack we'll go to a little break, and if he's 2-1 as he walks out the arena, gets a bit of fresh air for a couple of minutes, he'll be breaking in rack 4. Okay, he's going to have a chance. This is not an easy chance, because he's got awkward cueing and the 3-ball looks to be tied up. Gone wrong. Tried to get the cue ball back down table, but the double hit off the rail where the blue 2 contacted the cue ball.
Frustration continuing for Ko Ping-yi, even when he has been getting to the table in this match. Been given a great deal to work with.
Looks like you can see a little piece of the blue 2. I'm wondering if he can just chip it up towards the top rail, cue ball into the 6, maybe draws it back a little bit behind the red 3 or near the 8-ball. Yeah, it's near the 8-ball, so that's the end of the yard. You could see the idea. It's actually very difficult. A lot of the shots on a pool table, sometimes you just stand behind them and there's no real obvious shot that kind of looks at you in the face. A bit like this one. Putting it into the top right is brutal. Maybe plays off it thin. Gets the 2 behind the 6 on the back rail. Yeah, that's what he's played. 2-ball needs to bounce though. If he hits the 3, he's left it. It's a poor one. The 2-ball's a foot short of pace. He's trying to find the top rail around the centre near the 6. Chance for Ko Ping-yi. Got to get the first shot right here, though.
not ideally where he would have placed it. A little bit of a test early on, having only just potted his first ball of the day. Mentioned there he got to the semis on his debut all the way back in 2008. It was 14 years after that before he won a match in the World Masters again. Now, he was only playing in it sporadically, but when he did, he couldn't get past his opening challenge. And ended that by beating his brother, actually, and going on to reach the semis 2 years ago, where he lost to Joshua Filler.
Yeah, just look at the shot he's played there. He knew he needed a good angle on the purple 5. Now he'll come over towards the brown 7. Doesn't want to contact the brown 7. He may have to play the 7 ball down the rail. Yeah, he's just come to have a look. Just because the angle's a little bit weird on this green 6. Watch out centre pocket. Watch out 7 ball. Yeah, he just knew the angle wasn't quite there to come down table, miss the 7, to play the 7 up into the top left. He's had a fortunate roll there. Tell you what, Michael, I tell you what, in the practice room where the tables have had loads of play, that would not have gone in.
So Filler finally made the 1 in the side off his break, but all it led to was an exchange on the blue 2. It went the way of Kopin-Yi, and from there he saw out the rack. Filler leads 2-1. The World Masters, one of the biggest titles in pool, and the last two winners of it are meeting in the semi-finals of this year's staging. Ko Ping-yi won the third rack, and so we'll see him breaking for the first time in the match. He's 2-1 down.
Does have a shot, it will be a lot thinner than that looks. So it means the cue ball's running down towards the bottom end of the table. I don't think he can hold the cue ball quick enough for a shot on the red 3 in the same pocket. And if you look at them 4 balls, the 8 ball, the 9 ball, the brown 7 and the pink 4, how do you avoid them with the cue ball? This is tough. Look at the gap he's had to find here. What a skillful shot from Ko there to find that little window.
Yeah, and having sat out breaking runs from his opponent in both of the first 2 racks, that shot gives him a realistic prospect finding one of his own here.
Yeah, he just looks a little bit agitated to me, does Ko Ping-yi. Usually he's so cool and calm and sort of glides around the table. He looks a little bit edgy. He knows the power that filler has and what he can do to opponents. I mean, seen what he did to his brother. He also knows he's playing in front of a home crowd.
Yeah, he'll be 35 at the end of next month, just a few days before the World Championship starts. A World Championship that he won 9 years ago. It was almost an all-Ko brothers final in that World Championship. Shane Van Boening beat Ko Ping-chung 11-1 in the semi-final. The Ko brother, you can see on your screen there, saw off Van Boening in a close final. I know what you mean, Carl. He does look a bit agitated, and I think we saw it there in his body language as he played that shot.
Well, we've seen it on the 8 ball. That, let's be honest, shouldn't have fell, and this should never fall as well. And if these balls do fall, it's just because everything's just so new. So you have this slide on the ball. It doesn't kind of grip the rail the same when the cloth's a little bit older. That's gone a little bit wrong. Now he's got a little thin one, hasn't he? He'll love to punish Ko Ping-yi, though, for missing the 5 ball.
Well, that's it. When your opponent looks a bit agitated, as you described it, try to make him feel even more so.
Needs this to bounce. It's a great pot, but he's lost the cue ball. Well, a couple of options here. It's a brutal pot into this corner pocket here. What you can see, the one that he was trying to play on. The 7-9 would be very wild indeed. He's going for the bottom right corner. Oh, nice.
Saw this a number of times in his match against Ko Ping-chung yesterday, where he had chances to run out but had to keep coming up with answers and unpick the lock. Did it over and over again.
Federer's going for the bank, and he's nailed the bank, and he's perfect on the 9-ball. He decided he wasn't going to play safe, he was going to go for it, and what a decision that proves to be.
It's an early rack, but it feels like it could be a very big one. Coe had the chance of a run out, but unexpectedly missed the 5. And Joshua Filler has played so well to see it out from there and go 2 clear once again at 3-1. So this is the first of the 2 semi-finals. Jason Shaw and Fedor Gorst will be coming up directly after this. This is Jason Shaw, former US Open champion, Mosconi Cup legend, and now Mosconi Cup captain. And that is Fedor Gorst, his much younger opponent. We'll be seeing them in a little while. It's becoming, over the last number of months, Carl, perhaps Pool's biggest rivalry.
Yeah, if you missed the opening start of the show, well, first of all, where was you? But I explained it there, and I'll explain it again now. Obviously, it's coming up. The Shaw versus Gorst match. Well, Gorst used to represent Team Europe. Now he plays for Team USA. Shaw actually played in the team when Gorst played his only cup under Europe. And
Rack 5.
Shaw was not
Joshua
happy
Filler to break. Leading 3 racks to 1.
that he moved over to Team USA, so he started to give him a little bit of stick about it. It went back and forth, and then soon after, Michael, the quarterfinals of Hanoi, they played each other, and Shaw got the victory in a close match, and Fedor missed that 7-ball right near the end. I'm sure you remember that 7-ball, Michael. And then we went to the Mosconi Cup. Things were a little heated there, and this is the first time they'll play each other in a singles event live on Sky Sports since.
First dry break of the match from either player. Could have turned out worse for Filler. Talking earlier about Ko Pin-Yi winning the World Championship back in 2015. It was a real standout year for him. He also won the World Cup that year with Chang Yu-Long. He beat the England pair of Mark Gray and Darryl Peach in the final in London. Peach, a former winner of this event, the youngest ever winner, in fact.
Yeah, it was actually called the European Open as well back then. There's the push out after the break.
Joshua,
the next shot, the next incoming shot, the player has the option of playing a push out or a roll out. Filler's going to have the option of playing this shot though, so he comes to the table. He can give it back to Ko Pin-Yi or play the shot. It's up to him.
It's not the first time these two have met in a semi-final this year. Just a few weeks ago, in the only previous matchroom event in 2024, they met in the semis. Ko winning 7-3 to go through to the Premier League final, where he lost to Shane Van Boning.
No, he was just having a little look to see where the 9 would go. He sends the 1-ball into the pink 4. I think he's trying to play the bank into the bottom left corner. He's obviously trying to play a good cue ball somewhere as well, because he's not going to just rely on making this shot. So he's trying to play a 2-way shot. He's looked at it. I hope he plays it, because this could be fascinating. The 9-ball is close. The 9-ball is close! The vision from Ko Pin-Yi. He looked at it for a couple of minutes and he nailed it!
Well, we were intrigued as to what he was planning there. What an outcome. Talk us through it again, Carl.
Yeah, he was eyeing it up, wasn't he? Look at the cue ball as well, not just the 9. He knew it was going close. He was trying to get the cue ball back up into that cluster There's a two-way shot, but I tell you what, you don't often see these come off. That is genius stuff.
Yeah, and we talked about how he looked a little bit unsettled early on. That's the very thing that's going to start to make you feel a lot more comfortable in a match. And he's back to only one behind again.
That's why we play on a pocket. That's not like a snooker pocket, because you're going to take these type of shots on. You know, the pocket is going to take the ball.
There's his brother, Ko Ping Chung, no doubt wishing he was out there sharing the stage with them. But I'm sure very pleased to see what Big Brother did just there.
He didn't hit that break good, did he? You could tell with where the one ball went. Break's not really been there just yet. It was off the top jaw. Does have the easy hook here. You can just move the one ball away and get the cue ball onto the 9 ball. Oh, banking the one back onto the 9 to make it a little bit tighter. It's awkward this, because kicking off the bottom rail into the 1 doesn't look like he can kick safe, does it? There we go, he's going off the long rail.
Extension call.
Trying to get a bit of distance.
Foul stroke. Ball in hand.
Yeah, it was close, but I don't think there's any doubt he
Please start the
hit the
clock.
9 first.
Yeah, we always look at it from the TV screen, and you know, Joshua Filler would know better than anybody. He was right down on the shot. The reason why he went off the top rail is because he felt there was a higher percentage. If he hits it, good things could happen in his favour. But of course, missing it, you give up ball in hand. One shot in 9-ball pool. You can put the cue ball anywhere on the table. And all these balls are sat nicely to tie this one up. And if he does tie up, that's why we say you've got to be attacking, you've got to go for your shots. Ko Ping Yi missed that long 5-ball, looked very edgy, looked nervous at the start of this match. He pulls off an exhibition shot, and it could turn this match on its head and settle him down.
He really made his impact on last year's World Masters in Brentwood. On the very first night, blew away Jason Shaw by 9 racks to 1. And a fine quarter-final win over Shane Van Boning. Close semi-final against James Oranis, who's come in as a wild card and had a brilliant week. After a tournament full of close finishes, I think the last thing we were expecting in the final was a bit of a runaway, but it was exactly what we got. Ko beat Eklund Kachi by the considerable margin of 13-5.
I think Joshua Filler's in a little bit of shock. Things were going so well. Still early days, of course. It's now a race to 11. I'm just happy we've got off to a tight little battle here, Michael.
Ko Ping Yi didn't get to the table in the first 2 racks, but he's won 3 out of 4 since then, and he's levelled this match now. It's 3-all in the semi-final. We're in Hildesheim in Germany for the World Masters, where we're down to the semi-final stage. And if you fancy catching a bit of live action for yourself, well, you can do so in just over a week from now. The 7th of May, that's Tuesday week, we'll be in Telford for the UK Open. And you can still get tickets on matchroompool.com. 256 players there. And a bit more elite at the World Championship, a field of 128. In just over a month from now, we'll compete for the title. Contested in Saudi Arabia for the very first time, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz defending the title he won in Poland last year. $1 million prize fund this time.
Rack 7. Kopin to break. Scores are tied, 3 racks each.
Kopin has won that title in the past. Right now, he's looking to retain his World Masters crown. He's drawn level with Joshua Filler for the first time since the start of the match. It's 3-all.
Cue ball's been kicked up towards the top of the table, but he does have a shot on this blue too.
Yeah, the 2 got a bit of a nudge as well, didn't it, from the 8-ball, keeping it away from the rail and giving him a better chance at this. Hasn't led yet in the match. This could be his chance.
It's another long one that's gone wrong. I just thought maybe he'd settled down now. I thought he would have been okay after the last couple of racks.
Filler was out of his chair so fast, relishing this chance to reassert himself in the match. We were talking there about the UK Open. That was actually the only Matchroom individual event where he got to the final in all of 2023, Filler, but was beaten by Eklund Kachi. He got to that final by beating Kopin 11-1. Was also in one other Matchroom final last year, playing for Germany at the World Cup, along with his pal Moritz Neuhausen. Beat New Zealand comfortably, but tough matches all the way after that. Had to finish strongly against both Canada in round 2 and Poland in the quarterfinals. Close semi-final against China, and then had a chance to equal the record for the most World Cups won by any country when they played Philippines in the final. But they lost that one, and indeed that meant Philippines broke the tie with China and became the first 4-time winners. Well, Kopin could have had all these if he'd made that long pot early on in the rack. But after that shot, it looks inevitable. This is going the way of the German. And he's immediately back into the lead at 4-3. You think back to that rack just a little earlier where he had to keep coming with all those really impressive shots after Ko had missed the 5. Is there anyone in the game as good as him at coming through a rack like that where you keep having to pull out difficult pots?
Yeah, I mean, Michael, real shame for Kopin that, because we've already spoke about it. It just looks a little bit edgy, rightly so as well. Let's not forget it's the semi-final. He's trying to keep his trophy. He's playing Filler, who's German, in Germany. You know, it's a very good crowd here today for semi-finals and final day. But I thought after that genius shot on the 9 and then winning the rack before the break, I thought, oh, okay, maybe he's going to kick on here, but it's another long pot, Michael, that's gone wrong. And moving forward in this match, any long pot he's faced with now, he's going to have doubt.
Yeah, no question about it. These things do get in your head. And likewise, if you're making all the long balls, then as they keep coming up later in the contest, you're full of belief.
Rack 8, Joshua Filler to break. Leading 4 racks to 3.
Where's the cue ball? Yeah, it was tracking, wasn't it? It was tracking. Held his hand up, but he will be happy.
When you look at the split of the balls, if Coe had been given ball in hand, would have been a massive favourite to level things up again.
Couldn't pot the ball, but he could play a save. Good save. Coe will hit this, you think? He'll certainly go off the bottom rail. Not saying that's what he's gonna attempt. Yeah, he's coming up. Can he miss the 6 ball and find that little gap in between the 8 ball and the purple 5? That would be nice. If he could, he would try and hit the second rail and pot the blue 2. But he knows coming this way, he's definitely guaranteed the hit. Not guaranteed
Extension call.
to get safe though, is he? Decision time. Well, he's decided to go off the short rail to guarantee the hit. Needs a lot of help from the 8 ball, and he isn't gonna get it. Filler with a chance.
Filler has won an event on the World Nineball Tour already this year. Beat Piers Labutus in a hill finish to take the Derby City Classic in January. And that was a ranking event, the first he'd won actually since late 2022 when he won in Slovenia.
Cue ball is a little short of pace. Now I don't know if he can hold the cue ball now, so he may have to come down towards the 9, and because the 9's in the middle of the table, you've got to miss it either side. Don't cannon the 9. He's held it okay. Leaves the 7 a little longer.
Well, there was literally nothing Coe could do about it in the first couple of racks. He went 2-0 down. He responded well. Now he's right back where he started from, 2 behind, because Filler has made it 5-3.
Yeah, the kick shot Coe played, he wanted to go off the top rail, to be honest, because he had more chance of getting away with it. The percentages were there, but he backed away from the shot. He didn't like it because there wasn't a lot of gap between them balls. He went off the bottom rail and he left it on for Filler, so maybe that was a bit of a wrong decision there from Coe.
What's that he's got there? Is he on the apple juice?
Maybe some sort of green tea, apple juice.
how eager he is to get on with it. Been talking for a couple of years about the prospect of him winning the title. Big title in his home country, as we look there at the mystery drink once again. He's had opportunities at the European Open in Fulda for the last couple of years. Been in a quarter-final, then a semi-final. Looking to get the job done today. And he leads 5-3.
Yeah, that's a better break. And what I mean by that is maybe not the cue ball, because he's lost it to the top rail, but I mean potting the one in the side.
Been assured it is apple juice. Will he enjoy the fruits of success today, Carl?
We may see the rollout. You can see it. Oh, maybe you can see more on this two ball than actually thought. Maybe you can even pot it. Couldn't pot it. Played the carrot. Two ball was always going safe. But maybe he just played the carrot to stay at the table, so he's guaranteed the next shot at the table.
Yeah, that's it. A pot is never wasted, even if it doesn't set you up with the chance to pot something else. Gives you the opportunity to stay in control of the rack. And we know when it comes to these big days and these big events, a lot of new people watch 9-ball pool. Basics of it are, so long as you hit the lowest numbered ball remaining on the table first, any pot is legal and keeps you at the table. And the winner is the player who pots the 9-ball, irrespective of how many have been potted up until then. Which sounds strange when people first hear about it, but when you see it in action, particularly played by very good players, it all makes sense.
Get the cue ball over towards the 6 with loads of spin. Yes, he can. I'm telling you now, that is a beautiful shot, a beautiful effort. Look how slow he had to play it. Phil has pretty much guaranteed the hit. Modern day jump cue. Pops the cue ball over with ease. Played distance. Played the cue ball up towards the top, knowing that 2-ball will come low. Didn't want to cannon into the 8-ball. He's left a pot, but it's definitely a long pot, Michael, and he's missed a couple so far.
Yeah, and I think that was reflected in the lack of confidence, which was evident in the way he hit that.
Yeah, he's 0 from 3 in long pots. Unlike Filler, he relishes the challenge of the difficult long pot. He loves it.
Yeah, there was a brief moment of anxiety there. You could probably see he was just a little concerned he might run into the red 3 on his way to the rail. Managed to get by it, bounced off the rail, sets up nicely now on the red 3.
Now he's a lefty, so this will be a bit of a stretch. Watch out 8-ball. Watch out 9-ball. He's signalling where he wanted the cue ball. He didn't really need to get close to the 5. It was never really going to make it any easier. He was always going to be left with a thin cut.
Extension call.
Yeah, you might be thinking he's got away with that, but it was a smart shot because he knew the cue ball would stay there. He also knew the 5 ball was going to hit the 7. He took a gamble hitting the right side of the 7 ball, would always send the purple 5 over towards that right side of the table. He had the 9, he had the 8 ball, and possibly the 6 ball, the green 6, to stop the pot. If he hits this full, he may pot it. Oh, good effort. Bit of drama in rack 9.
Yeah, obviously 5-3 in a race to 11. Ko won't look at that and think that's in any way insurmountable, but it's that stage of a match where if the lead gets much bigger and there's too much more ground to make up, it might start to feel. So there's little hope of turning it round.
How good he's filler these type of shots. Look how thin this is. It's a dreadful cutback he's faced with. Goes in the middle.
Well, I don't know how you would even categorize shots like that for a stat, but if there was one, I'm guessing he would be miles ahead of anybody else. The conversion rate for shots like that. Whereas everything he has left now to make it 6-3 looks fairly routine. So from 2-0 up, he only won 1 of the next 4 racks. Joshua Filler is back in control with 3 in a row, and he leads by 3 for the first time in this semi-final. It's 6-3 against the defending champ. Second semi-final will be coming up a bit later. Fedor Gorst practicing ahead of his clash with Jason Shaw, and there's a familiar face, Carl.
Yeah, that is former European and USA Mosconi Cup captain. Also the coach of Fedor Gorst. Gorst has got him in for the big matchup coming up. Gorst versus Shaw. He's been on the phone and got Johan down to help.
10 times in total he was Mosconi Cup captain, and those American back-to-back wins, so without having built a playing record in it, he's definitely in the category of Mosconi Cup legend.
Yeah, he'll be setting up drills and monitoring things, and
Rack 10.
Sure he's been watching
Joshua
back
Filler to
home.
break. Leading 6 racks to 3.
And also maybe working on some things where he feels like Fedor's been a little bit inconsistent. Well, this is going to work out absolutely splendid.
Yeah, home favourite Joshua Filler, winner of this title 2 years ago, up against the man who won it last year, Ko Pin-Yi, and from 3-all, Filler has pulled away to 6-3. What a chance here to stretch that further. Well, surprising, really, given how many of them there were, that he didn't win any of the Matchroom individual events in 2023. He had some early exits, really, in them. Last 16 of the US Open to the eventual champion, Ko Ping-chung. Okay, you can account for that, but didn't even get that far at the Spanish Open. Was beaten in the last 32 by the emerging young player, Emil Andre Genflo. And in the World Championship, he was beaten by Alex Pagulayan. Got sent over to the loser side, made it through, then faced Pagulayan again in the last 64 and went out. First round loser in this event. Did have a good European Open in Fulda, a couple of racks away from getting to the final. Beaten by Anton Raga. Filler's last break and run was in the second rack. Closing in on another here.
Yeah, that's a cue ball to hold up, which it does.
So even at 6-3, it starts to feel like there's not a huge amount in it. But he may now have reached the stage where Ko Pin-Yi really needs something special to turn this round. That's 4 in a row, after what was probably the shortest rack of the match so far. Joshua Filler leads Ko Pin-Yi by 7 racks to 3, and having just won 4 on the bounce, he needs another 4 to go through to the final. Here's the break again, Carl.
Yeah, one ball into the side pocket, controlled the cue ball nicely, and the rest, well, it was history. The ball set up nice, didn't they? It was a break and run.
His third of the match. It wasn't a promising start to the campaign by any means. 4-1 down against Declan Catchy, looking very out of sorts. Turned it round with 4 in a row and later pulled away from 6-all for a 9-6 win. And it was quite similar, I guess, against Ko Ping-chung yesterday. It was close enough early on at 4-3. Then he won all of the next 5 to get to the hill. Ko Ping-chung got one back,
11.
but Filler finished it
Joshua
out
Filler
at
to break.
10-4.
Leading 7 racks to 3.
So is it going to be the third match in a row where after a closely matched start, he moves through the gears to advance? 7-3. So if that 2 drops in the side, becomes a very big favourite. It wasn't to be, so let's see what he comes up with.
It's long, you can pot it, but after you pot it, what do you do on the red 3?
Push out called.
Push out for Philip. Just shows you the difficulty in what he was faced on the blue 2.
Extension called.
Just going to roll the 3 on the left rail, isn't he? Because it doesn't pop past the 5,
Yeah,
but he's put it into a
choice.
position where he can play the combo, so it's not really safe. He's tested him in here. This is a brave move. I mean, you fancy Ko on a normal day to pot this, but Villa has identified his 0 from 3 on long pots, so he's playing a bit of the mind game here. He's asking the question.
Providing the answer is the sort of thing that might develop into a turning point. Only if you can come up with that answer. Copenhagen's own route to the last 4 has taken him past 2 Spanish opponents, beat David Al-Qaedi 9-4, which means Al-Qaedi still not won a match in this tournament since he won it for the 2nd time 5 years ago. And then that 10-1 win over Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. And that long pot stat there, Carl, goes a long way towards telling the story of this match so far.
That's the beauty of the push out, though. You can play mind games. It's like a game of chess against your opponent. Villa knows Ko's not really at the races with them long balls, so he's decided to put a little teaser out there. I like it.
He will like that.
Well, how do you play the kick and stick from there? You have got to hit the 2 ball so pure. That is wonderful. Have a look at the cue ball there. I must say, Phil's kicking skills have they've become very, very powerful now. He's definitely been working on that side of the game. Copenhagen's going airborne. He's missed it. This may well dress up over the side pocket for Philip. Couple of rails. Maybe use the 3rd rail to get position. Maybe he can't avoid the cannon then. I thought he could. Oh man, it's gone wrong. Well, this is a scary shot. He's trying to flick off the edge. I presume he's left it because his body language wasn't great. Even if he hasn't left the pot, he knows the jump shot's easy because it's a big pocket. Look where the purple 5 is. He'd only have to jump over the edge. Yeah, he's only got to jump over the edge of the 6 ball here. The 3 ball could hit the rail and then go in to the pocket off the purple 5. Should never really miss this at this level. He's lost the cue ball though. Didn't want to draw the cue ball back. It's definitely getting to the point of a must-win rack.
Extension call.
7-4 or 8-3 just feels like worlds apart, doesn't it? Especially when it's winner breaks, because if it's 7-4, Cole would have the break. He still fancies knocking this ball in. 6 ball's going to move, the green 6. He's missed the pot again. He's just not been at the races in this match. 4, 5, maybe 6 balls he's missed. Opportunities, they're just going.
Yeah, and that, I think, more than perhaps anything else in this match was the moment where it started to feel like it's just not going to be his day. Really isn't a great deal for Filler to do here. Make it 5 on the spin. Really is going the same way as his first 2 matches. Close early on, and then he just disappears into the distance. And to become only the 4th player ever to win the World Masters in his home country. Darryl Peach, we mentioned earlier. Raj Hundal, who was representing England when he won it. And Karol Skaversky, who we mentioned. In Kielce, where we were for the World Championship just last year. Starting to feel like a long time since this match was level at 3-all. And Coe had a bit more of the momentum. And Coe probably feels that more than anyone, because he's now facing a mammoth task here. Joshua Filler is 3 away from a place in the final. He leads 8-3. You've been with Joshua Filler in the team room at various Mosconis, Carl. I always imagine that if Jason Shaw is the real playing leader of the team, that Joshua Filler is probably a bit quieter than that, but every bit as much of a leader in his own way. What's your experience of that been?
Yeah, well, he's definitely not quiet in the sense of, you know, shy and timid. He's always dancing around, screaming and shouting. It's like you've got your 8-year-old with you. But he's a fun character.
Yeah, I just meant a bit quieter than Jason, but then everyone's a bit quieter than Jason. Fenner-Gorst still working away ahead of his semi-final, which may not be very far away now, and you can see in the distance beyond him there his opponent, Jason Shaw. Both of them looking to win this title for the first time.
Rack 12.
Shaw has been
Joshua
one
Filler's
rack
break.
away from it in the past.
Leading 8 racks to 3.
Both of these men have won the World Masters. It's Joshua Filler who looks to have the best chance at the moment of doing so again. He's cruising here. Again, Carl, look how excited the crowd got there. It looked as though there was any chance of the golden break. And that's really the response to the people, the small group of people really, who think it's something that should be eliminated from the game.
Yeah, I'm certainly not one of them. I think golden breaks can happen at crucial times to turn matches on the head. Everyone gets them as well. It's not like... It's not something you practice. It's all about putting the one in the side, and you can see Filler's done that. But he's no real shot on the blue too.
Extension call.
because the two ball's so close to a pocket, playing the push is hard. He's trying to go off the top rail and kick this ball. Oh, he went into it. He went into it. Look at this. It's been unfortunate if he's left that little gap, but it was a good effort.
A World Masters win last year was the start of a pretty solid summer for Ko Pin-Yi. Got to the semi-finals of the UK Open soon after, quarter-finals of the Spanish Open. He did win a ranking event late in the year in Singapore. And that is one way of getting back into the match. He's lost 5 racks in a row. And he stopped that sequence there. Still a long way to turn it round, but Filler's lead is cut ever so slightly to 8-4. After losing 5 racks in a row in this semi-final, Ko Pin-Yi needed to get something happening, and it just has, Carl.
Yeah, he played a good two-ball save. He held his hand up, but I think he's been a bit keen there. He knew the cue ball was kind of in towards the 9-ball area. The main thing is he got a good two-ball. He got distance, and thankfully the 9-ball fell in. He's got work to do, though.
I think a raised hand may be a reflection of the fact that he and his brother are perhaps the 2 politest people ever to walk the earth.
Well, he's got a shot on the 2 in the table layout. Table layout looks very inviting. There's no clusters, there's no real tricky positional shots.
Looking to reach his second Matchroom final already this year. Went down 7-4 to Shane Van Bonen in the Premier League final in Connecticut just a few weeks ago.
This is a very good chance, isn't it? There's a bit more breathing space because we're up to a race to 11 now. It was a race to 10 in the previous round and a race to 9 in round 1.
Mentioned earlier, he's been a World Cup winner in the past. That team event back in 2015. I guess the real dream would be to win it with his brother. He had a decent run at it last summer in Spain. Got through the first couple of rounds against Finland and the Netherlands, who were a very strong pairing. We're only one rack away from winning their quarterfinal against the Philippines, who of course went on to win the whole thing. Popigny hasn't run out from the break at any stage in this match. But he has now, and with 2 in a row, he's closer to 8-5. Big news, of course, Carl, is that you are going to be playing in a ranking event in Scotland next week. How are you feeling?
Not feeling too clever about it, if I'm being honest. Also, Jeremy Jones is playing as well.
Well, Jeremy's drawn Yanni Uski in the first round. Have you looked at the draw?
Yeah, I did look. It's a Vietnamese player. So I'm not too sure, and I'm not really looking forward to it because this is what I've got to put up with. It's stats like this. The biggest stat for me is the missed pots. Villa yet to miss a single ball, and it's Copigny who has missed 5. He's missed 3 long pots. All good chances at the table. That's why the scoreline is 8-5. Taking nothing away from Villa, he has played flawless. Michael, he's played some crafty
Rack
little
40.
pots as well, hasn't he? Some nasty
Coping
little
needs a break.
cutbacks.
Trailing 8 racks to 5.
Itching to get back to the table and see this out. But Coe is the man in control of proceedings at the moment, albeit he still trails by 3.
See where the 2 balls finished. He's down pretty quick. Well, he was having a look for a minute, so he's definitely spotted something. Is he looking at playing off the edge, the left edge of the 2? To get distance. Boy, this is difficult. Yeah, that was just all a little bit messy, wasn't it? It didn't Kind of didn't look on that show, that pace.
Ko Ping-chung is looking on, giving us the thumbs up, so he'll be quite happy about how the last couple of racks have gone for his brother. Ko Ping-chung beaten yesterday by Joshua Filler in the quarters.
Extension call.
Yeah, I thought that's the shot Cole was attempting from distance at first. If he can hit full ball on the 2, so head on, face, there's a lot of balls on the table. This is what the players are looking for when they're kicking. Looking at clusters, and they're looking at where the balls are set out.
Extension call.
In between left centre of the middle pocket and the brown 7, if you can find the bottom rail, there's a kick and stick on. He looked at the other rail first and then maybe kind of spotted this one. Got to be careful with the scratch though, haven't you? Got to hit this perfect. It's a little look. He hasn't got it. Filler's at the table and he's got a pot. It's an easy pot. If he gets on the red 3, the balls are there. I'm not saying Filler will have been sat in his chair a little bit worried, but you are thinking winner breaks. If he puts a 3 or a 4 pack together, he could be back in the match. So this will just get that gap back to where it was. Comfortable position for Filler. This looks okay.
It was the last of the Gibraltar era 2 years ago for this tournament when Joshua Filler won it for the only time so far. Oh, never mind that for a moment. What's gone wrong there, Carl?
Well, I thought there was an issue with the TV for a moment. Just pushed it into the short rail. Been so reliable in this match. That's his first missed pot, Michael.
Yeah, and many of those that he's got were much greater difficulty than that. Potentially very big moment here if Ko can win this. Get back to 8-6, but just as I say that, he's run aground.
The simple fact is, Ko Ping-yi has just not been at the races in this semi-final. What an opportunity he had there from the only missed ball from Filler. All he had to do was get on the purple 5. Now he's airborne, still at the table. But even if he pots this, how do you get on the green 6? Yeah, the crowd are acknowledging the jump shot, and rightly so. But he still isn't on the green 6, but he is at the table. Look at the balls bouncing away there as it flies into the pocket. Well, decision time. What options have you got here? Is he tempted for a full table bank in the top left corner? He would be on the 7 ball. Is it there? It's not there. I don't blame him. He needs some help from the brown 7. And he's got it. Drama here. Coming to the closing stretch of the first semi-final.
Oh yeah, these are the biggest moments of the match so far, for sure.
Gonna leave a pot. It's longish, but this should not cause Ko any problems whatsoever. It's a little stop shot. So for the second time of asking, can he wrap this rack up? And this will get him right back in this match.
So from 3-all, he lost 5 in a row. But now it's 3 on the spin for Ko Pin-Yi, and he's back to only 2 behind at 8-6. Well, it looked for all the world as though Filler was going to reassert himself and go 9-5 in front. But then, Carl, this sequence of events that we're about to see now unfolded.
Yeah, and you just got the impression there when Ko was getting the balls out, helping the ref. I think he's got second wind here, Michael. He's got a spring back in the step. And rightfully so, because to be 8-3 down and it now be 8-6, look at the missed pink 4 from Filler. That is rare, it's very rare.
But then, in potting the 4 himself, Ko left himself a tough jump shot, made it.
Then he went for the bank. He knew he was going to be on the 7 if he made it. A little bit fortunate where it finished, but let's not forget, Filler missed the pink 4, and Filler's being punished as the 9 goes in. He's now 8-6.
Rack
but
15.
Ko has the
needs
break.
Trailing 8 racks to 6.
Cue balls flying around the table. The 2 balls not moved. Often that's the case when it's racked underneath the 1 ball. I think that's where it was racked. Yeah, you see where it is? See how it doesn't move? Players know this, by the way. Pool players are very savvy when it comes to the rack. One of them testers. I think we would class this as a long pot, and it's got to go in the middle. If he plays it quite firm and it catches the rail, it'd be one of them where it'd wobble and maybe fall. Oh, he's dumped it in. He's dumped it in. He's feeling it. He smells this is his chance to get right back into this match. If you want to turn a match around, you can't play shots half-hearted. You've got to play the game, you know, you've got to play the correct shot.
It wasn't just that he was a long way behind. There was a real lack of confidence in the way he was playing his shots. I think that was what suggested he was really unlikely to turn things around. But this hasn't gone to plan.
No, he needed the cue ball to roll another inch.
Extension called.
He may have to play the cross bank. He can play the cross bank into the top right corner pocket. If he misses it, he wants to hit the long rail. That way the 5 ball finds the top short rail as a safety. And he can spin the cue ball in behind the cluster of 3, the 8 ball, the 9 ball, and the green 6. Kind of like this shot. And he's got an outside chance of making the bank. So he's played. Oh, and he he stayed over the pocket. Another roll, another little bit of spin that have fell. You could see the 5-ball was spinning off the new cloth. Have another look.
One of those where you're just waiting for it even while it's pausing there, thinking, there's no way it can stay on the table. It's like someone's thrown it a life ring.
This ball is deep. I have no clue how you get on the 6. He's trying to go rail first. Oh, look at this. He needs to slow down, though. He needs to slow down.
That is absolutely magnificent. It really was the only way he had any hope of getting on the 6. Couldn't play it direct. Hope to know much about what the cue ball was going to do afterwards.
The 8-ball to stop because he doesn't want to cover the pot, which he hasn't. What a twist and turn we've had in the last couple of racks in this match. Filler is 8-3 up.
Yeah, it's been an eventful 20 minutes or so, but none of that will matter to Filler in the end if he finds himself in the final. And now the winning line is starting to come into view. He'd lost 3 in a row, but Filler goes 3 clear again at 9-6. Biggest rack of the semi-final so far, no doubt about it. And this was the key moment. Going rail first, potting the 5 that was sitting over the pocket. And how good was this to get back round for the 6? Ko Pin-Yi had won 3 racks in a row prior to this and was looking to get back to only 1 behind against Joshua Filler. But the German, off the back of that, has reasserted himself now as he looks to reach the final here. And after doing the hard work, the 9 was basically a formality. So he's 3 clear again. It's 9-6. And he's 2 racks away from his 2nd appearance in a World Masters final. And he's just furthered his course a little more in that direction.
Well, this has come out absolute wonderful for Filler. What a chance to get on the hill.
You know, he just cruised through to the final. The only previous time he's been in it 2 years ago. 7-1 against Skylar Woodward, then 7-0 against Dennis Orcolio, and 7-3 against Ko Pin-Yi in the semis, which meant he'd won his first 3 matches by a combined score of 21-4. The only really close match he had was the final against Lo Ho Sum, who was probably the least known of all his opponents, but had gone on that great run to the final. Filler won at 9-6. Amazing run he was on at that time. He won the UK Open off the back of that a few weeks later.
This just demonstrates how much pressure and how ruthless Nineball can be. Because if you have opportunities like the one Filler has now and you don't take them, you can be severely punished. Because at 8-6, Ko Pin-Yi had a chance. He hooked himself on the 5 partially. He missed that cross bank. Filler played a genius positional shot to get on the 6, and now he's about to record a break and run to get on the hill.
Yeah, he started the match with 2 break-and runs. First couple of racks. This is poised to be his first since then. Well, he's making slightly harder work of these last couple of balls than we would have expected. Still be quite a shock if he didn't pot this 9. But he is using his extension, and why not? I think he really needed it. The 9 wriggles in, and Joshua Filler with a very swift 16th rack gets himself to the hill. Well, he's not blitzing past his opponents this week, Carl, but he's getting the job done.
Yeah, I mean, listen, he's played a great semi-final here. It was just when he missed that pink 4 ball, wasn't it? Looked like he was going to do a number on Ko Pin-Yi. Kind of turned the match around a little bit, but you just feel like Ko's handed it back to Filler, don't you?
And the eagerness of a few racks ago is back. He knows the only way he's missing out on the final now is if Ko Pin-Yi wins 5 racks in a row, and you just know what he's thinking. Just get a good break here, make a ball, and make this uncomplicated. Jason Shaw against Federgorst in the 2nd semi-final, coming up
17.
very shortly.
Joshua Filler to break on the hill, leading 10 racks to 6. Now stroke.
Well, he did make a ball off the break. He scratched as well. First time we've seen either player do that.
Yeah, he seemed to put a bit more power into the break there. Well, he just lost a cue ball. Didn't come back in a parallel line, did it? Arced towards the centre. Did end up flicking the red 3 ball though to scratch. Well, still very much in this match. It doesn't feel like it, but it truly is.
Well, look at it this way. Great chance to win this rack. Then he's breaking, wins that one as well. It's 10-8, and then it's anybody's contest again.
Yeah, and you've always got that possibility, Michael, of one of these like golden breaks, or the 9 sits up for an easy combo, so you might not be put through stress of running a difficult rack or playing safeties. You could get one of these little nice freebies that you get so often. You'd certainly be wishing that the case. Usually Co's so reliable at clearing the table, but just because he's missed some balls and made some positional errors, he's just making me feel like this rack is not yet over. Still got to get this job done. What's crucial here is he comes further enough across the table to make sure he leaves the correct angle on the green 6, because the brown 7's at the bottom end of the table. You leave it short like this, now he's got to go up the top of the table. So this is where your cue ball and your positional play is so crucial, and he's one of the best. But he's not been in the semi-final. He's got work to do here. He's got a couple of balls to avoid, the 9 and the 8 ball.
Extension called.
Ooh, just slipped past the 9. He should see it out from here. He knows he was a fraction away from running aground then. So, first scratched break of this semi-final. From Filler. Gave the chance to Ko Pin Yi, and he has availed of it to stay right in this match. It's 10-7. It's a game which probably offers more scope for turning things around from big deficits than any other, really, because of all the momentum that's involved and the winner breaks rule. We've seen that in evidence so many times over the years.
Yeah, this is what makes it such a fast-paced, exciting game to play on a pool table. This was the break from Philip. Just kind of hit the cue ball, not quite where he wanted. So it arced towards the side. Actually potted the 1 ball as well.
He's got the tissue out, so maybe he is still affected by that cold that he's had for the last few weeks. Ko Ping Chung just coming over there to have a word with his brother. That's all perfectly legal, all within the rules.
Rack 18. Ko Pin Yi to break. Trailing 10 racks to 7.
Maybe he's telling him what's for lunch, what's on the menu.
Well, we'll be hoping they don't get to lunch for another half hour or so, because he still needs to win another 4 racks.
Needs a shot on the 2. Difficult to see if he can chop the 2 ball in the middle pocket. He's coming round to have a look. Even if he can, the cue ball's going to be moving fast, which means it's difficult to get position on the red 3. super thin. He controlled the cue ball. Very impressive there. This pink 4 does go in both left corner pockets, top left, bottom left. Super difficult shot to get perfect from the angle that he had. Cue ball's hitting the rail quick and it just flies across the table. That's why he's not landed straight on this pink 4. And just take care of this and get good on the purple 5. We're in for a real
Extension call.
nervy finish to this match. And he's feeling it.
The sort of shot that tests your nerve. I think we saw a little bit of that in evidence in the way he played it, but it's wriggled in, and he's on the 5.
Joshua Filler, who's been potting them type of shots in this match. In the middle of the pocket, Cole struggled. Couldn't avoid rolling into the 9 ball there, so he had to use the edge of it.
Now this is the sort of shot that earlier on in the match, you wouldn't have backed him with stolen money. But he's looking at a different player now, and that should open the door to getting back to 2 behind.
Yeah, can't stress how nicely he hit that ball. It was a steep angle. These tables are very quick, and if any of you are watching and you've never actually played on a 9 ball table, you don't realise how big the balls are. So the spin and the speed of everything is magnified.
Well, we said it, didn't we? When he had the chance, the previous rack, if he could win that, get the break back, then win that rack, suddenly it's 10-8. And with his second break and run of the match, he's done exactly that. Copigny has every chance of winning this match now. He's only 2 behind.
Well, what an ending. He has hung in, he's dug deep. He knows he's not quite been at the races in the sense of, you know, he's missed a few balls in queuing, but...
Maybe they were talking about lunch, Carl. He's brought them something to eat. It has been a long match.
Why not? Maybe he just feels a little bit weaker, so he needs some sort of energy in his body, because he knows he's got a chance in this match. 10-8, he only needs the last 3, and the last 3 racks is not a big deal.
Especially when he's breaking in the first of those. And Joshua Filler's moods have changed through the match. He was looking a little bit edgy at times early on, and then really seemed to relax and be relishing it. He was getting out of his chair quickly. Couldn't wait to get on with the next rack when he was winning them.
Rack 19.
He was a bit concerned at letting slip the chance to play in a really big final in his home country.
10 racks to 8.
This is the man trying to take that opportunity away from him.
Mr. 1 ball, he needs cover. He's come around to have a look. He has cover. Filler with a rollout, or the push as we call it over here.
Not the ideal time to bring into play your first dry break of the match.
Push out called.
Thinking, is he going to try and tie something up just to give him some sort of insurance?
Copigny, it's your choice.
Not really. I think Ko will play this shot. And I don't think he'll play the pot, but I think he'll play the safety. I think he can get the cue ball over towards that left corner pocket, top left corner pocket. Because the brown 7's there, and then he's got the blue 2 and the red 3 for cover. Here he comes to have a look at this. Yep. He's just looking at what kind of target area he's got where the cue ball finishes, and then he's imagining where the 1 ball finishes. So Filler ain't getting this one back, I can assure you. It's all about speed though. Speed is key on this safety. Yeah, so it's going over towards the brown 7, and it was always the blue 2 and the red 3. Now, is there a combination on? Is there a combination on off the rail? Look where the 1's finished. The 4 ball, the pink 4's close here. He's going to kick it off the side rail and try and pop the pink 4 in the bottom left corner. Tell you what, Michael, this has been some match. I think it's been the match of the tournament so far for me.
Oh yeah, has to be. I think the 2 Van Boening matches, the one that he won and the one that he lost, were the 2 standout ones in terms of drama and narrative prior to this. I agree. I think this has overtaken them both.
As Copigny walks back to his chair, he will have glanced at where the 1 ball's finished. Because I tell you what, Filler can go off the top rail and he has an outside chance of potting the 9 ball. He's got to hit the 1 ball full. So it's not easy, but it's definitely on. Where's the 1 ball going to finish? Looks like it's going near the pocket.
It's right over it. But the 8 is intervened.
Instinct tells me he might be able to go off the bottom rail with left spin and just flick it in. Obviously the cue ball would then crash into the 8 ball, so he doesn't really know where the cue ball's going to finish. The blue 2's in the middle of the table.
Extension called.
If he can somehow manufacture a way of potting the 1 ball and getting on the 2, another very good chance.
Intrigued to see what angle he's faced with here. Behind the pocket.
Foul stroke, ball in hand.
Oh, and look at what he's left now. So is this the moment for Joshua Filler? Looks a little bit embarrassed almost. Well, if that is to be the end for Copigny, at least he's gone down swinging. So from 3-all, Joshua Filler pulled away to 8-3. Copigny came back so strongly, got it back to 8-6, and Filler won the next 2. Break and run in the 16th rack, getting him to the hill at 10-6. Copenhagen responded with 2 of his own. But is his race all but run?
Difficult to see how close to the side
Extension call.
this ball is. You can play it up into the top corner. Yeah, the cue ball will roll forward. Just make sure you pot the ball here. Position on the purple 5 is guaranteed. And the speed of the shot, yeah, nicely done. Good shot. I think the 6 goes in both corners as well. It's not like he needed to be on a particular angle on the purple 5. And if you look where the 8 ball is, it's the easiest ball in the world to get on the 9.
We've talked so much over the last couple of years about Joshua Filler's quest to win one of these big titles in his home country. He's had plenty of opportunities. In the summer of 2022 in Fulda, his hopes of doing it there ended at the quarter-final stage. Back in Fulda in 2023. His quest took him all the way to the semi-finals. Yeah! And now in Hildesheim in 2024, he will contest the World Masters final. Well, Copenhagen made a real match of it. The defending champion found something late in the game to give himself hope of emulating Shane Van Boening and becoming only the 2nd player ever to successfully defend the World Masters title. He got it back to only 2 behind, coming towards the finish. But Joshua Filler got his opportunity there in rack 19 and has finished off the job. He was World Masters champion 2 years ago. He may well be World Masters champion again later today. And the light reflecting on Copenhagen's banner has just turned to red. There are only 3 players left who can win this World Masters title. Joshua Filler is absolutely delighted to be one of them. And they are some of the numbers you can see. Plenty of break and runs from Joshua Filler. He started off the match with 2 of them in a row. And look at the number of balls missed by Copenhagen. That was a big factor in it. Couldn't get near a long pot really early on. But improved his long potting later on. Says 0% there. He did make 1 or 2 long balls later on in the game. But really it was one of those matches you had to see it to really grasp the full extent of just how much Copenhagen put it up to Joshua Filler. In a match that looked to really be almost gone from him. It wasn't just the fact he was so far behind, it was the fact he was playing without any confidence. On the challenging shots, it was really ebbing away from him. So Joshua Filler is through to the final. He's the first man to get there, and he's down on the floor now, talking to Carl and to Di.
Thank you very much, Michael. Joshua, winner, you're through to the final. How are you feeling?
Yeah, awesome, to be honest. It's been a crazy good match from both of us, but he missed more than I did, and I think the 4 ball I missed once, made it closer than it actually should be. So this 4 ball is still in my head, and then
Really?
if I would, yeah, of course. But then of course the scratch in the side didn't help. So I was thinking, don't run out of set, please, God. And I was just waiting for another chance.
Yeah.
Luckily, I got one. I had to kick a ball. Luckily, I hooked him. He made a foul, and from there, luckily I took the match.
Yeah, Josh really jumped on the opportunities, didn't he?
Yeah, could you sense at the beginning he was struggling? He missed quite a lot of long pots, and you played a push out where can you remember it, where you rolled it down here and you left a long 2-ball? Was you testing him because you felt like he was struggling, knowing that if he puts you back in, you'd knock the long 2-ball in?
No, I was not thinking about that. I was actually trying to play the 3-ball, freeze it to the cushion,
tighter.
because
Right,
if he would have made the 2-ball, he could have played a combo. So I didn't want to test him, but I didn't know where else to put the cue ball, to be honest. It was a tricky situation, but luckily he missed that, and yeah.
Yeah, he played very strong in the semi-final. I thought it was probably the best match of the event so far. You know, it had the twists and the turns.
Yeah, it certainly did. It was a bit of a roller coaster for us. And you've got your friends and family here today in the audience. They've just been cheering you. How are you feeling as well? This is the winning moment. You've been a little bit under the weather, but you've fighting spirits there. We love the celebration. It's a good feeling, isn't it, to win?
Yeah, I mean, when you play the best players in the world, it's always tough. You can't afford, make too many mistakes, otherwise you're gonna lose. You know, the break was also tough in the beginning for me, but in the middle of the match, I tried to find it, and I found it luckily. And of course, the crowd helps a lot.
Yes.
Thanks for cheering me on once again.
Oh, they've been great. They've been really good.
It's just awesome to play in front of family and friends. Of course, there's more pressure, but the more pressure, it's harder to deliver. But I somehow, kind of find a way to do it, and it's just great to be here and have fun.
Well, congratulations. Let's just confirm that you are through to the final. This is the semi-final results. We have another semi-final coming our way. Just stay with us, Josh, because do you want to play Fed or Gorse, or do you want to play Jason Shaw?
I want to play the better one. So
right, okay.
We're going to see.
Diplomatic
We're going to see.
Great stuff. Congratulations. Are you feeling okay? Because you have not been feeling brilliant.
Yeah, well, I'm still fighting with coughing, and I was sick for 3 weeks, but it's still there. But when you're here, you try to.
The adrenaline goes, doesn't it?
Yeah, of course. I just try to think about Nineball and get chances and run out and play great.
Go and take some deep breaths. You're through to the final. You won this event in 2022. It'd be pretty cool to win it 2 years later.
Yeah, of course. That's what I'm here for. But it's going to be tough anyway. I need, this set, of course, I had some lucky rolls again.
Yeah.
But you need that playing those guys. You need that for sure. But you can't. It's just hard to say. But I'm just going to try to find my rhythm again.
Stay in the moment. Stay present.
Positive.
Yeah.
Probably work more on the break, because the 1-ball hasn't been that consistent actually. But yeah, this is what I can work on, and we will see how it goes in the final.
Okay, that was a big game. Carl, we've got another massive game coming our way. We're going to take a really short break, and Josh, you can have a little bit of respite. I'm sure you're going to have eyes all over this though. It is Jason Shaw taking on Fed or Gorse. Do not go anywhere. We now have our first finalist for this year's 2024 World Pool Masters. Joshua Filler, the German on home soil, is through to the final. He won in 2022. Can he back it up 2 years later? Our next semi, it's a massive one. It's going to be huge. Fedor Gorst taking on Jason Shaw. Here with JJ and with Carl. JJ, just quickly, your thoughts on that last match, because you weren't in commentary, you were watching it with all of us. What did you make of it?
Well, you know, just like finals day, I'm nervous. Everyone's nervous. Yep. But I will say and admit that maybe I was the most nervous and maybe anticipation I've ever seen from Copini.
Really?
Yeah.
Why is that?
I just kind of watched him so much. I just felt like he was never settled.
Yeah.
A little bit questioned, maybe, of himself. And of course, when you make a few more mistakes or a few mistakes early, it can snowball.
Yeah, it felt like his brother was coming home to give him a bit of, you know, a few chats with him, brought him a bit of food. Did you feel he was unsettled?
Yeah, definitely at the beginning. Usually he just walks around, glides around, looks very calm, you know, prepares. He looks a bit agitated, a bit stop, start, up, down. And then he missed a few long balls. It just kind of continued, didn't he? He just couldn't settle.
Yeah.
Obviously he gave a good fight back, but Filler kind of let him in when he missed that 4 ball. That's why it wasn't as, you know, one side as it could have been. But in the end, the right player won. You know, he just missed 1 ball. I thought he played great, Josh.
Okay, Joshua Filler through to the final. He will play either Fedor Gorst or Jason Shaw, and this is what both guys had to say after their games yesterday. Who would you prefer to play out of the American or the Brit?
I would prefer to play Jason.
Why is that?
Just, I don't know.
Be honest, pal. You want revenge? You beat him in Hanoi.
I'd like to beat him.
Yeah, Jason beat him Hanoi Open. He wants revenge. I know he does.
I'm actually pumped for that match. I heard him talking earlier saying that he wants to play me.
Did you hear that?
He said he wants you.
So
I'm so glad you did.
He said that in Hanoi, and I think I beat him there. So hopefully there's another one coming this time.
You know, on the table we're enemies.
Gives you that little bit of something inside you to be like, okay, you want to do that? Okay, let's go.
Oh, I love this. I can't wait to see these two at the table. Some of the stats from both guys. Shaw is 12 years, Gorst senior. The nickname's the Ghost, the Eagle. 4 places separate them in the world rankings. I mean, the caliber of both players is so high. How feisty is this one going to be, Carl?
It's going to be feisty, you know. Gorst is a world 9-ball champ. Shaw's got the US Open. He's obviously got the Hanoi where he beat Gorst in the quarterfinals in a real close match. Gorst missed quite an easy 7-ball near the end, and since Gorst has made the transition to play for USA, Shaw's been giving him a little bit of needle. It started off a little bit friendly, but it does hit the bone, doesn't it, JJ? And it's carried on ever since, and this is the first time we're going to play a singles match in a Sky Sports arena in a big major since.
Oh, it's great. It's absolutely fantastic. Does it really hit the bone when another player talks about you and say, yeah, I really want to play him?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it renders true with these two. And if that clip continued when he said, you know, on the table we're enemies, which many can say.
Yeah.
The next thing he said off the table were decent, and that's about as far as he went with it. So that tells the story.
Oh, wow. Now, guys, you have been sitting on the fence for the last 5 hours, not telling me who you think is going to win this game, but you now have to tell us. JJ, who is going to take the second semi-final?
I just like Gorst. I like, again, he got a little break before this tournament. Not many players are getting breaks these days. He had a couple weeks off, got to see the homeland a little bit, and I just like the way he's breaking, and he made a couple mistakes yesterday, but he's been pretty pure class so far.
Okay, and what about yourself, Carl?
Yeah, I mean, it's a very tricky one to pick. I'm going to go with Shaw. I think obviously he's beat him in Hanoi on Sky Sports. This type of arena, very similar. I think the break needs to improve from Shaw, though, if he's going to get the W, because Gorst is breaking very well. So there's a few factors.
Does the break need to improve, for sure?
Yeah, and, you know, it has during the match usually,
Yeah.
but the early games are crucial. I mean, in this World Pool Masters we've seen so far, leads have held up.
Yeah, well, sure. He was in fine form when he spoke to us yesterday. Super excited about this. We know he's been swimming every day. He's super fit. He wants to feel good around the table. You heard the predictions from the guys. We are ready for match number 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, Nineball fans around the world, here we go. This is the World Pool Masters live from Hildesheim, Germany, and this is the second semi-final of the World Pool Masters 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, and now making his way to the ring, he is the 2023 Hanoi Open Pool Champion, hailing from the United Kingdom. A warm welcome to Jason Eagle Eye Shaw. And now, ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome. He's making his way to the table. He is the 2023 US Open runner-up. A warm welcome. He's hailing from the United States of America, Fedor the Ghost Gorst.
It is our second semi-final. Let's join our commentary team of Jeremy Jones and Michael McMullen.
Yeah, thanks once again, Di. So only 3 players can now win this World Masters. They all know what it's like to win a Mosconi Cup for Europe. In fact, they all did it together in Coventry in the COVID Mosconi of 2020. Fedor Gorst, though, won't be doing that again because he now plays for the United States. And as discussed, that has brought an extra edge to this second semi-final. Either way now, what a treat it's going to be, the final tonight. Filler against Shaw, arguably the 2 biggest crowd pleasers in the game. Or the prospect of Filler against Gorst, 2 players who are right at the forefront of the ongoing discussion about who's the best player in the world these days. So they're going to have their few minutes of warm-up, and while they're doing that, we're going to hear what they both had to say ahead of this one.
It was a good match, 1-10-1. Didn't expect that before the match. I was breaking good, had 5 breaking runs. The more I play, the more balls I hit this week, I will be feeling better and better. Me and Jason, we have a long history. Played a lot of matches, not really sure who is ahead. I believe it's really close. For a better player, the longer race is always better. In my mind, I don't want to be like over arrogant or something. I'm a better player, so I feel that if I'm starting bad, for example, I can gain it back to where in a race to 9, if I lose, first 4 or 5 racks, it's going to be really tough to come back. It's always good to be back in Europe, Germany. Food is unbelievable. The fans were really good. They're really loud today, so that's always good. And, we as players, we appreciate it.
Unbelievable. Just a crazy, crazy ending after being down like 7-3. He had a lot of luck at the start, He made some bad shots and got away with it. So I missed the ball so bad that I was shooting it. It went 2 rails, it made the 9 in the side, but I think it was my turn, right? So I kind of just like celebrated as if I played it, but I didn't. I missed the ball so bad and was delighted to see the 9 go in. I'm good friends with Fedor off the table. I think a lot of people see the thing on the table, but I feel like most of the players are pretty close off the table. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that match. We've had a lot of good battles over the last couple of years, and I'm sure it'll be another exciting match.
What a match that was for Jason Shaw last night. I don't know who was more shell-shocked, I said at the end. Jeremy, you or your compatriot Shane Van Boning?
Yeah, it wasn't Shane's best here at the World Pool Masters, of course, playing the 2 last matches. I don't think those are easy, but you got to tip your hat to Shaw, right? I mean, could have really kind of given in a little bit last night, not having things go his way, but he kept steady, got a few little breaks at the end, and got the job done.
He's been the outstanding British player on the tour by far for quite a number of years now. Originally from Glasgow, but long since based in the United States, has a young family there, also runs a business, has a pool room, which of course hosted the Premier League just a few weeks ago. And after events in the Moscone in recent years, JJ, he must have given you one or two nightmares in the past.
Yeah, absolutely, and I don't think really his play in the Moscone got any better than this last December. I know he's won MVPs, and Josh got the one this year, but I thought there were 3 MVPs on that European team between Albin, of course, Shaw, and Josh Filler, and Josh Filler into that final, by the way.
So this is Fedor Gorst, and you can see there, still only 23 years of age, albeit that he was world champion. It'll be 5 years ago this year, a very young winner of that title. First time he's made much of an impact on the World Masters. You had him in the team room for the first time at the Moscone at Alexandra Palace in North London just before Christmas 23, JJ. What was he like in there?
Oh, well, like always with Federer, I mean, he's a very humble guy, but always speaks a lot of good words of wisdom, and a lot of fun to be around. A lot of people don't realize how witty he is. He's just a very charming and a lot of charisma, fun to hang out with.
Nothing to do with style of play or anything, but I was saying to Carl last night, you look at him, he's someone who goes about his business in a quiet way, lives on the practice table, plays a load of events. So in some ways, you could say he's a younger Van Boning.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's very machine-like. You know, he's got the Ghost as the nickname, but in America, the machine comes up a lot. And, you know, he's a player that likes to stay focused. You'll get that great smile here and there, or if you watch the eyebrows tell a lot of stories with Fedor Gorst.
Prize money just going up and up and up in recent years in these big 9-ball events. Now, the players who made it this far got $10,500, but look how quickly it goes up after that. It's almost double your money in these semi-finals, because if you make it through to the final, you're on $20,000, and then it is literally double your money in the final tonight. $40,000 for the winner of the 2024 World Masters. So only one past winner of the title left in it now. Jason Shaw has been close in the past. He was 1 rack away from winning it before. Hadn't done much in this tournament in recent years. As he has pointed out, though, it wasn't like he was turning up to the World Masters and playing badly. He was just coming up against opponents who were absolutely flying. And so, after all that, we're just about ready to get underway. If you're not familiar with the game of 9-ball, and I know we often attract new fans for these big days, this is how it all starts with the lag. You send it to the far cushion. Whoever brings it back closest to the near cushion wins. And that is probably, JJ, the greatest lag I have ever seen.
Well, the one that lost wasn't bad itself, right?
Well, that's what I mean, the combination of the two of them together. I've never seen it like that.
Yeah, if that tells us anything about what we're going to get to see here the next hour and a half, 2 hours. Don't turn to the channel.
He started his match with a golden break last night, and the 9 thought about it for a moment, but this is set up nicely.
Yeah, last night, like Michael said, a golden break to start, but of course you always take that, putting one on your side, but getting a break like this with an easy opener and a lot of balls you can start to get to shoot at and get the arm going under pressure, it's almost worth as much as that golden break. He'll come 2 cushions here inside the 3 to play the red 3 in the same corner. That's the blue 2.
Yeah, break and run sends a message to your opponent. Look at how well I'm playing. Golden break doesn't do that. It's basically down to good fortune when the 9 falls in.
Yeah, and you heard in the interview, and I think 5 break and runs last night, which is as much as we've had in this tournament. Of course, you're trying to win this match, but you're trying to also set the tone for the entire day with yourself, basically. Just like we saw with Copigny, never really getting settled. These guys definitely want to settle in. Now, he'll want to land kind of straight on the brown here in a couple shots. That way he'll take the 8 in the other corner. Not that the 8 doesn't pass by the 9, but it looks to be a little snug. This tells me the 8 has more room than I thought. Didn't really question it at all.
You talked about setting the tone there, Jay. Well, the golden break did set the tone last night. Gorst went on from there to lead 6-0. Ocean opened his account in the 7th rack. A chaotic 8th went the way of Gorst, and from there he was dominant. 2 breaking runs in the last 3 racks, 5 in total in the match, as you say, and a 10-1 win. There's a little bit of figuring out to do on that 8-9 combination, but he's done it, and Fedor Gorst leads Jason Shaw 1-0. As I was saying, Gorst hadn't made much impact on the World Masters before this year, but really it was a bit stop-start for him. First played in it in 2019, did win his opening match against Naoki Oi, but then it was a 24-player field, so that only got him into the last 16, where he lost to Skylar Woodward. Following year, tournament wasn't played because of COVID. He did play the next year, but only won 1 rack. Lost his first match to Shane Van Boning, and hasn't played in it since, until this year.
Yeah, and we talked about it in the opening that I thought the difference anyways was the break. That's the big advantage, I think, if you're going to look at a big advantage, and it's still not huge. Of course, Jason can break the balls really well, but Jason, like a lot of players, really struggles early. If he's going to struggle with the break, it's going to be early, where you saw here with Fedor Gorst right on point to start.
Yeah, Shaw not always the fastest starter of matches. We talk so much about that wonderful Hanoi Open when he had back in October. But what we perhaps don't mention that often is he started the final looking completely out of sorts against Albin Ocean.
Yeah, I think he was down 5-0.
Rack 2, Fedor goes to break, leading 1 rack to 0.
There was a combination that Albin played after a missed kiss shot on the 9 by Jason, and Albin a little unluckily scratched after making the combination on the 9. That really got Jason going. Watch out, cue ball.
Foul shot.
He's made 2 on the break, and really look at the blue 2. It was wide open, so kind of feel like he may have put another break and run together without that kiss on the white rock.
If the break was something that you could find a way of controlling, it would be a very different game, wouldn't it? But just shows no matter how well you're playing and no matter how much rhythm you might have, you can never legislate for that happening. The momentum suddenly gets halted. And Shaw, I would say, far more likely than not, will swiftly level here.
Yeah, and I think, you know, Shaw, who's played a great match in his opener and then again had to play the late one last night, which I don't think does favors for any players. We've seen that with SVB, both his matches, he struggled. I think the day match here, and of course both the semifinals during the day, but I think that's going to help Jason. And probably a little draw stroke here on the brown 7. Could cheat the pocket and go around, but no reason to.
Well, this looked inevitable, didn't it? Once Gorst scratched, gave up ball in hand. Very quickly we've arrived at 1-all. Just talking about the scheduling, JJ, as you say, this is the normal format now. The semi-finals are played back-to-back. So Filler can go off and have a few hours and rest and all the rest of it. These guys still have a long match ahead of them. So you could look at it one of 2 ways, couldn't you? You could say that Filler's got the rest, but also you could say that if there's not much gap between the end of this match and the final, then whoever wins it is going in, played in, and can carry forward that momentum. I guess it just depends on the player, really.
Yeah, and you're going to have both situations. You play enough pool. These guys play all the tournaments. You know, it's kind of like, you know, some tournaments in America, we used to play double elimination all the way through. And, you know, and then they went to single elimination in the final. Sometimes you come from the winner's side, sometimes the one-loss side. It just depends. Same thing with the schedule.
Yeah, and I think it's definitely right for these televised events to have both semi-finals back-to-back, because otherwise there'd be one of them that you wouldn't be able to see. So a wonderful day in Hildesheim. We've already had a memorable match. Didn't look like it was going to be. Joshua Filler was running away with it, really, but Ko Pin-Yi, the defending champion, clung on, battling to keep hold of his title before bowing out 11-8 in the end.
Jason Shaw to break.
Wonderful second semi-final to look forward to here. And then the race to 13 final tonight.
Wow. Definitely always drama with the cue ball on the break, playing the cut break from the box. And the reason is the 9's on the spot these days. Very difficult to make other balls, at least predicting other balls. So they play the cut on the 1, trying to make the 1 on the side. Now Jason's very unique towards the rest of the players, where he'll have success from a breaking spot, but if he sees the rack, and what I mean by that is sometimes the rack can be a hair tilted, not on purpose of course, but it's hard to be exactly perfect. He feels like he has a little knowledge to that, and he'll change sides quickly. Now this is a treacherous rollout. Anytime you have a huge grouping like this and the ball that you're playing is near it, the push out becomes difficult because the safety becomes so easy in return. Now a little teaser here against the guy that jumps the ball better than anyone in the world. Does he have a piece of this? If he has a piece of this, this is a mistake. Yeah, he can cross this ball over using that wall of balls as he sends the cue ball up table. Now this is a lot of course, a little thought into it, but instinct when you're trying to really control the object ball speed, especially a little ways away from it. All right, for the bank, and I don't blame him. I didn't realize that was available. Playing a bit of a two-way. And I really think Jason was trying to push out to a kick there, not give up a piece of the blue two.
Extension called.
Talk about Gorst as being the best jumper in the world, but I was thinking about it last night. You know, with these top guys, that's what we have here at the World Pool Masters. We really haven't seen a ton of jump shots in comparison to what we see at times.
Yeah, now that you point it out, actually, it's definitely true.
Well, what happens is, good effort there, holding the cue ball. That's about all he could do and take his chances where the blue two's going. But the difference is these are the best in the world, the top 14 plus a couple incredible wild cards. But they recognize when the kick shot has more value than the jump shot. You know, even down the road a little piece with the players, some of them fear not hitting the ball, and so they'll go to the air a little quicker than others. All right, he missed a shot in his first match, very similar. Maybe the ball he's missed the worst the entire week, going into that right middle, coming off the back rail. And he missed it wide, just like that. It was actually didn't even catch the point. So now his first open mistake from Fedor Gorst.
Jason Shaw started this tournament in fine style. Complete opposite of last year when he lost his first match 9-1. This year, he won by that score, and that was after losing the first rack to Lucius Jaap. Totally different, of course, last night, as discussed in his 10-8 win over Shane Van Boening. He never led that match until the monumental fluke in rack 17, which took him to the hill at 9-8.
Carl Boy said he's known Jason since he was 10 years old. I tell you, I would have liked to seen Jason as a kid. I think it would have been a fun day, 24/7, really.
He didn't have that American twang in his accent back then. It was all Glasgow, I'm sure.
I believe it, but just I kind of feel like he's one of those players that when the career's done, there's going to be a big story about his life, and you know, it may start at 10 years old in the pool room.
Jason Shaw didn't get to the table in the opening rack. He's been handed two very good chances to clear up and win in both of the next two. And he's delivered both times. So Shaw leads for the first time, 2-1.
No, we have our own kind of small time. So people in Ireland are more into it. Same way the NFL is.
Early stages of this World Masters semi-final, and one of the big parts of the success story in Hildesheim this week has been the way the German people have turned out. The crowds have grown and grown, and look at this for the final day. And there are a lot more people than this in the venue, actually. Some of them are just out having a bit of lunch after that long first semi-final. You can see the balcony seating above. That's added to the atmosphere. You saw there the banners all around the arena and the lights turning red on players as they get knocked out. Just 3 of them are still lit in the original colour.
Yeah, a lot of 9-ball movement there. We'll get another look here in a moment. That's a kind of a telltale sign when, oh, well, I did get kissed, so I wouldn't say Jason would be upset with the hit on the rack there. It looked pretty good. Just sometimes, you know, the one catches the knuckle on the side pocket. Trying to find a route off the yellow 1 to get to the blue 2. This is where the slick table, you can't really just check the ball with spin off the rail and really kind of command it how you want. Combination of speed, spin. So he looks to be a bit more thin on the 1 than maybe it appears. So he can't just simply draw the ball or hold it. Maybe he has to go around, what is it, the 6, 8, 9 up the table. On the string there, Michael.
Talked a lot about the controversy, as it were, between these two over Gorst's defection to your American team, JJ, for the Mosconi Cup. Obviously, overall, Shaw had the last laugh in that, with Europe winning for the 4th time in a row. On a personal level, though, it was arguably Gorst, because he teamed up with Skylar Woodward to face Shaw and FSR in the doubles on the Friday night. Together with his great pal Skylar, Gorst got the win.
Yeah, now he's thinking about things a little further in this rack. Of course, the purple 5 to the green 6, the 8, 9, a little jammed up. Take his eye off the prize here with the red 3, but definitely some work. And the good thing for Gorst later in the rack with that 8, 9, the brown 7's near. So I don't figure he'll try to open these. Probably play off the brown 7 to the short side of the black 8. He's going to stun one rail, kind of between the green 6 and the brown 7. This is where it becomes pretty important. You want to gain an angle on the brown 7. You can't handle straight in. The hard part about it is, of course, you want an angle, but you don't want too much. Could come 2 rails around this, 1 rail straight up the table. Little preference, he's going around it. That's got to go a little bit to make things easy, or let's say a little more controllable. Okay, so he feels he's close enough to the brown 7, even with this extreme angle, that he can draw over and hold. This type of shot, easy to let up on the stroke and actually miss this ball. In return, lose the cue ball as well.
With a dry break from Shaw, handed Gorst the opportunity, but this was far from straightforward. It's been very impressive stuff. The hard part is now done. So we're level again at 2-all. He won't be 24 till next month, Jeremy, and he's already accomplished so much, most notably becoming world champion as a teenager. But I just feel with Gorst, he's barely even got started yet, and he's got a really long career with so many highs ahead of him.
Yeah, absolutely, and especially with his mindset, always looking to improve. You know, I spent some time with him, and speaking of time with him, he wants time away from some of the tournaments to start making little mild changes or improvements. But he's aware of some things, and that's why the career is going to last a long time. Plus, he stays in good shape, no bad habits, and just a great competitor.
Yeah, and he's moved across the Atlantic, which is obviously difficult, but I guess it must help a lot that he has a very settled life. He has a long-term partner, Christina Tkach, who's a very good player herself, and we all know Christina. She's absolutely lovely, and all of that has got to help when you move to the other side of the world, that you have a very settled life.
Yeah, and, you know, hats off to the fans in America. They've, you know, welcomed him with open arms, and as they should. I mean, he's just a great guy, and, you know, a lot of people think about that.
Rack 5, Bedo goes to break. The match is tied, 2 racks each.
Yeah, excuse me, letting Julian do his job, but a lot of people think about that change to America, to the American side, was about 2023, and for Fedor Gorst, it was about his future. You know, 2023 is just happened to be where it started. Get a little bump off the pink here into a perfect angle on the red 3, and this is kind of what he plans on doing, is breaking and running some racks to get some separation in the match.
I think you've got to get him into baseball, Jeremy, just to really complete his transition to being a proper American.
Well, I think we talked about that at the Derby, because, you know, he stays with the Sword Brothers on, of course, going to find his own place in America, and it may stay in Indiana. We'll see. But they were out, I think, throwing the baseball not long ago before the Derby. We went to a Mavs game. He was a big fan. The team went to a Mavs game there in Dallas prior to our trip to London last year, and had a lot of fun with that as well. So he's a sporting kind of guy. Started off originally, I think, with tennis. You know, like, they asked about his life and his career, and he started, I think, pool at 9 years old. But I think his interest, and maybe, of course, influence from his family, always wanted to be in some type of sports, and I think he's found the right one. Okay, doesn't want to flirt trying to get on what would say the proper side of the green 6, which would be up table. He's gotten pretty heavy angle here, and doesn't want to entertain scratching in that left middle. Now, the problem with staying behind this, which is normally not too much of an issue, you would just travel the cue ball a bit further, is the black 8 up the table. That could be impeding that route. Could go back and forth, maybe playing the 6 in one of the corner pockets. We'll see. Knowing Federer in his game, you know, almost all the players have a little pause at the cue ball prior to the final swing, and he had one there, but it wasn't as normal, where he settles it a bit longer. And of course, that wasn't an easy shot, especially with the cue ball in mind.
Extension called.
Only rack 5, and feels like a lot's already happened in this match.
Yeah, well, you know, both players have showed us they're ready, and now 2 missed balls for Fedor Gorst. Neither easy, but I think playing the bank. Quick with the delivery there, and once you get on the slick table, adding just a hair of left spin, you get a little more deflection on the cue ball, and a rare miss on what would say that type of shot for Eagle Eye.
And this is the classic situation. One good pot with positional shot, and it should be rack over. Under a bit of pressure there, didn't have an extension left to use. But played it to perfection nonetheless. Well, against someone who plays such an efficient game as Fedor Gorst, you might get off the hook once in a rack. You'll very rarely get that a second time. So Jason Shaw had his chance to turn that round. But he had a miss. Fedor Gorst got back in, and he leads for the first time since the end of the opening rack. It's 3-2. Let's have a look at Shaw's miss, and it wasn't easy, Jake.
No, but I mean, of course, you could see how thick the hit was, and the concern to me is, you know, it wasn't that hard of a shot. You did have to draw the cue ball, but at that angle on the 6, you can use a little of the side rail to pocket the ball and help the cue ball movement, and he missed the mark by a piece.
Yeah, but that's it. I mean, the pot was straightforward, but there was work to do with the cue ball. Anyway, Gorst back in front now at 3-2. That break and run that you see on the screen there came in the very first rack. Well, now, is this the equivalent of a golfer missing a putt and looking to see the imaginary spike mark on the line? Is Shaw looking at that, almost convincing himself that it was something wrong with his Q-tip that caused him to miss that?
I couldn't tell you for sure, but yeah, I mean, there are things that are similar in pool for sure, and you know, some players just kind of have a routine with working on their tip, maybe once or twice a match, sometimes right before the match. I was always a guy that kind of did it right before.
Fedor goes to break, leading by 3 racks to 2.
Kind of feel like there's going to be a little punishment after that missed 6 ball in rack number 6. And the difference in why he runs so many racks is not about just consistently making the one, but you'll notice he gets such good spreads, the timing of the break itself. I mean, you can see he's not hooked on a single ball on the table, right? There's not 2 in front of each other. You know, no matter where that lowest ball was, he has a look, and that's huge because you're the first to get control. Wants to attack here. May play the cue ball behind the 9 instead. Be hard for me to pass on this, trying to cut this in. Of course, there is some traffic to try and get on the red 3. But when you're so close, you gotta feel like you're gonna be accurate. And the difference is when you're close to the ball like this, you can really manage the heavy angle. And what I mean is you can really slow the cue ball down to where he can play 2 rails and not really even go as far as the green 6 or the black 8, trying to kill the cue ball. Now, I don't know. I'd have to be really convinced of this swerve shot because kicking behind the pink, I believe Jason's a favorite to pocket the 2.
Extension called.
I understand this very well, and you get a good feel, and you feel like you're a favorite this way as well.
So once again, a bit of a let-off for Gorst. Chance to start dishing out that punishment you were talking about, Jake.
And he wasn't trying to get the snooker. I don't believe so anyway when shooting the blue 2, just in case he missed. But I think that was a little of the punishment. This is just a little added sprinkles on the ice cream, you might say. missed the part of the pocket there. Got a little off angle here on the 7, kind of from nowhere. I think probably feels a little fortunate that 6 went in. It didn't look like it wobbled or anything, but he went way to the right side of the pocket. Now he's got to show us one, not only with the 7 in the left middle, but with the cue ball getting back for the 8. I always thought, yeah, okay, he was trying to get to the left. Thought that was the place you had to go, a little short side on the black 8. He'll take on the cut. Cue ball will have some speed.
Just left himself a couple shots in a row there, a bit more testing than would have been expected. But a simple 9, and for the first time, either way, there's more than one rack in it. Fedor Gorst has won 3 in a row, and he leads Jason Shaw in this semi-final 4-2. Jason Shaw led this World Masters semi-final 2-1. He's had chances since then.
Rack 7.
Fedor Gorst
break.
Picked him off a bit.
Leading
and with
4
3 in a
racks
row,
to 2.
he's gone 2 clear. 11 is the target for a place in the final tonight against Germany's own Joshua Filler.
Again, very consistent with the 1 on the side. Little movement on the 9. I think he does have a piece of the 2. I don't think makeable. So now decisions, how's the safety? Don't really see anything that's great, like a secured snooker, for, you know, with a little execution. I think it'll be something like, you know, trying to put the 2 off the right side rail to the top rail, coming 2 rails, maybe to the middle diamond, a little right of it on the bottom cushion. He's hit that with a lot of speed. Is he trying to get behind the 6? Yeah, it's going to help a bit. And he was a little thin on the blue 2, so a lot of speed was all about making sure the blue 2 didn't linger over that top right corner. He kicked behind this here, but the problem is the pink's kind of in the way to where may kick behind it and the blue 2 go into the pink. Tough little situation with the red 3 and the green 6 on the lower right side of the table. So a lot going on in this rack, and an important one, I think. Pretty smart shot. And that was totally by design, trying to clip the ball and run the cue ball near the 3.
Been talking about Gorst's defeat to Jason Shaw in the quarterfinals in Hanoi. Seemed to be a regular occurrence going out of the Open events at the quarterfinal stage last year. Fell at that point in the European Open to Joshua Filler. And then the Spanish Open, which was a bit of a surprise, losing to Pius Labutus. Of course, went on to get within 1 rack of a place in the final.
Foul shot. Ball fouled.
I was going to say that, you know, the shot kind of exhibits why he's the best, trying to fly and land on the 2. Maybe a little let up there, and it's easy to do, especially you're always worried about maybe flying the ball off the table on those types of shots, but that was a tall task even for Fedor Gorst. Surprised he's not shooting the 2 on the other side and rolling forward into position. A lot of times your touch, you know, your peripheral vision, everything going forward with the cue ball with ball in hand, usually your percentage play. Doesn't want to fall straight on the pink coming across. Much better stroke there from Eagle Eye.
Young man you saw on your screen a moment ago, Julian Roper from Sheffield. He's been a regular on the outside tables at matchroom events over the last couple of years. This is his first chance to get out there into the television arena. I don't know if I've ever seen anyone enjoy an opportunity as much as he has, and he's done a first-class job all week. Really, at the moment, it's a story of them both just picking off the chances they're being left by each other to make something happen. Jason Shaw really needed that one, didn't he, after losing all of the last 3. He's back to only 1 behind at 4-3. Might not be a huge amount of time at the end of this match for whoever wins it to regroup ahead of the final, but think of some of the smaller events, JJ, where they just play hours and hours on end. That really won't bother them at all, will it?
No, not at all. I mean, you grow up playing pool, or you know, further your game, going to tournaments to where, you know, you're going to have a day where if you're going to stay in the tournament, you're going to play 4, 5, 6 matches. The Derby City Classic, which starts off the year, it's a grind. So the players today stay in great shape as a whole, and you know, all those types of situations just make you a little more, you know, headstrong.
Yeah, Gorst won the Derby City Classic last year as a ranking event, beat Shane Van Bonen in the final, and also won the Turning Stone in September. That was against Mika Immonen. Two events I think you'd probably group together as well-known American tournaments that have been around for some time. They now have world ranking points. So did the Perry Open in Hanoi in October.
Rack 8, Jason Shaw to break, trailing by 4 racks to 3.
Immediately before the Hanoi Open itself. And he won the Perry Open as well, so 3 ranking titles for Gorst in 23.
Yeah, what a great event that Perry Open was. It was kind of labeled a warm-up for the Hanoi Open, which is some of the class of last year's new events. But tell you what, that Perry Open had a nice $110,000 purse, I think it was. A beautiful pool room there in Hanoi. Everyone treated like first class. So now, interesting, does he try to bump the 3? Does he play for the combination, which isn't that tough? Does he play short side? Okay, he could kill the cue ball for the red 3 in the side. Maybe killed it a bit too much. We'll see.
Touch out of position. He's recovered the situation to perfection, and this looks like being pretty much the shortest rack of the match so far.
Jason, the way he swings the bull cue, I feel like he would have been really good at any sport he played or desired to play.
I know he likes to play a lot of golf, but he was told to cut back on that because of the back problems he's been having. As a result of that, he's been spending a lot more time swimming, and he feels so much the better for it.
A little off here. He's got, I wouldn't say a heavy stun, but definitely one he's got to get into a bit, coming 2 rails. I like this bit of extra time. Why not use it?
Jason Shaw's first break and run of the match. He's won 2 in a row, and he's level again at 4-all with Fedor Gorst. You're just looking at that Perry Open we were talking about. The last 2 matches that Gorst played, Jeremy, to win it were against Anton Raga and Michael Feliciano. And those 2 players are right at the head of a category of guys who really made breakthroughs on the World Nineball Tour in 23. And it's going to be fascinating to see how much we see of those players moving on into 24 when we get into the big field matchroom events.
Yeah, especially with the news that came this week in the Reyes Cup. I mean, it's going to be a tour that's going to be very wanted to get in, and you're going to see more players playing qualifiers, taking advantage of some wild card invites and training like never before.
And that's what we're talking about. There's been discussion about this for a number of years. Obviously, the Mosconi has become such a success, Europe versus the United States, but the feeling has been in recent years that it was time to get an Asian team involved in something. And this is what it's going to be. The Reyes Cup starting on the 17th of October in Manila, the pool mad capital of the Philippines. Europe versus Asia.
Leading by 5 racks to 4. Sorry, the match is tied, 4 racks each.
Yeah, Jason having fun with Julian, of course. You could tell Julian was pretty nervous at the beginning of the week, but he's done a splendid job in gaining all the experience. He'll be back out there again after this Whirlpool Masters. But yeah, shout out to, you know, it says on there, in partnership with Puyat Sports, who has been such an influence not only in the Philippines for many decades when it comes to billiards, and of course I think bowling as well, but just so much they've done, you know, on that side of the planet when it comes to pocket billiards. Now, something we always like if you're new to Nineball, we may not see it here, but I'm guessing we are. There's a part of the game called the push out, and it's only after the break. The breaker, if he makes a ball or incoming player off a dry break, is the only one option after the break to call a push out. And then they can roll the cue ball anywhere they want, and then the incoming player has the option to take the shot or pass it back.
Push out called.
Now, you're not totally new to 9-ball, but I think you're realizing more and more how important this push out is, and it seems to come up at the most crucial times.
Play again, please, Jason.
Not really seeing a whole lot I'm in love with the push out. Of course, that's what you want when you do push out. You want to push out difficult, have a chance to get it back, and then hopefully execute. Could go for the bank, I guess. Not really a two-way there, which is what you normally want. It's all about having good speed and touch here when you're in a bad spot, and that's exactly what he has here.
My big hope for the Reyes Cup, Jeremy, is that the German player who's in the final tonight is on the European team and wins a close match. I might get to say Stiller wins a thriller in Manila.
Oh yeah, that's if Phil Yates doesn't beat you to it, but he's probably thinking the same thing. But yeah, it's going to be something special come October, and I don't think there is no venue that's too big. I think you're going to find a lot of Americans that want to come, even though there's not an American team, that want to be there for that first Reyes Cup, and of course all of Asia will. Considering he'll take that, and how good is he with the jump cue, and how confident is he to be able to go at that ball just having a portion. Any miss hit, he may whiff the 2 or go right into the brown 7. Prettiest shot and pull to me, Michael. Cutting the ball down the rail past the side.
And Shaw is so good at it. He wasn't feeling that was very pretty for a moment. But it was always likely to wriggle in, and it has.
Yeah, and I think that pocket in particular, we've seen the scratch from SVB, the 4-ball that I believe it was SVB that got down against
Duong Quoc Quang.
That's right. And just that sometimes one pocket plays a little more generous than others. Definitely think it's been the lower right this week. But in Shaw's defense, he made such an incredible shot. I think he deserved a little easier on the red 3.
Well, there was so much anticipation of this semi-final. I wouldn't say it's entirely taken flight yet. It's been absorbing stuff. Certainly an eventful first 9 racks. And having at one stage trailed 4-2. Jason Shaw has won 3 in a row. He's back in front at 5-4. Jason Shaw back into the lead at 5-4, and plenty of highlights on that 9th rack, JJ.
Yeah, real clean one there on the blue too, and you said he loves that shot. You almost get up for that shot. Here, caught a little rail, but considering elevated over the pink, he hit it with a nice speed, which does open up the pocket. So a couple good ones there to start after a pretty entertaining rack, and now is it his first lead in the match?
He was ahead at 2-1.
That's
and then
right.
Lost 3 in a row, and now he's responded with 3 on the bounce himself.
Rack 10, Jason Shaw to break, leading by 5 racks to 4.
Julian predicted the future in the last rack.
He knew something we didn't.
Always interesting to me, and I'll talk about it after the break shot, with Shaw's technique and his hardware. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The thing to me, of course, anytime we know when you play with the extension, you can't avoid, you're going to add weight no matter. You know, some play with a heavier extension than others, but what I'm getting at is Shaw's one of the most compact players technique-wise there is, and to have so much weight and so far behind and away from the backhand, you almost feel like it would bring the tip up at some time, but he sure likes it and he sure manages it really well. I think he's got enough angle to play this and get back up on maybe a kiss shot on the 3 onto the purple 5. And this is a prime opportunity to kind of extend this lead. Now he's not going to get a ton of movement on the cue ball here unless he really draws it or puts a lot of speed on it, which I doubt he does. 3, I don't know exactly where it's going. Maybe it comes across, maybe it can kiss the cue ball a little bit, so I wouldn't go crazy with it, but he definitely wants to continue the run after the kiss shot. And this is what I was wondering, is he going to get anything? He's trying to play the off the pink. Now he could have played that lighter and just considered maybe a safety, but he's trying to keep the ghost Fedor Gorst in his chair. Going to go to the air here, and what he was checking is, does he have to go over a piece of the 9 as well? Obvious snookered on the green 6. And we talk about him being the best jumper in the world. He's absolutely also one of the best bankers. Wonder if we're going to see both here on this shot to the upper left. He's looking to cut this ball, so maybe that helps him not have to entertain, you know, going over the 9 as well, trying to cut the 3 in. Whew, man, this is triple tough. He's going to get a nice shot here on the pink, considering that's a bit more of what I was talking about earlier in the week with players, and of course the 14 ranked players here and the 2 wild cards. You know, some get in situations, Michael, and they play not to lose. Others play to win, and you could certainly see it there. That a little thick. Is it going to have enough speed? Yes, it is.
So could that pot on the 3 be the moment that turns the momentum back in Gorst's direction? Needed something to happen. Having 4-2 up and seen himself overtaken.
Could come above this black 8, but I kind of feel he'll stay below it. The 9 pretty playable in the left middle.
So it's been a fine effort, this. Started in spectacular fashion. It finishes with the 9 in the side to level things up again at 5 apiece. Talked about those quarter-final defeats he had and all those open events in 2023. Did get past his quarter-final at the US Open against Robbie Capito, then beat Alexa Pachelge in the semi-final, and was then 6-3 up in the final against Ko Ping Chung before he lost all of the next 10 racks. And that was that. Ko was the US Open champion instead. Now he's been world champion in the past, has Gorst. And that was before it became a matchroom event. And he's so keen to get back to that kind of level, win one of these really big, major standout titles. Is there something you feel he needs to do differently to make that happen, Jeremy? Or is it a case that he's more than good enough and playing well enough to do it, just needs to be patient and wait for it to be his week?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think keeping the pressure off yourself, understanding it's a season, it's a career, you know, you put in the time, you put in the effort, it's going to come. It's just sometimes it takes a little while, it takes a little longer than others, and I wouldn't say it's taken longer for him, but overall, you know, he's in a good place, and then we all know that more titles are coming.
You talked about how he was playing the game at such a young age. He won his first big tournament in Italy when he was only 18, and
Rack 11.
of course was world champion the next year.
The match is tied, 5 racks each.
Beat Chang Young Lin in a close final.
Yeah, junior world champion just 2 years prior to that world title. But you don't get down and break the balls like that, you know, and you'll notice he doesn't take a long time down. You kind of course, like all the greats, you aim with the stance itself. But my point is how much time he's put in on this break shot. And, you know, he talked about it in his interview last night, broke the balls great. Still wanted to go put in more time on the break to make it, you know, even more confident in his mind. But here he's just got a good chance now. Not an easy blue 2, one you can't take your eye off of, but a good chance to get back in the lead.
We were saying earlier, he's made a very good life for himself in the US. What he's also made is a lot of money over the last few years. Topped $250,000 in prize money in 2023. He'd also done that the year before. A similar year in 24 would take his career total over $1 million. In what's been a relatively short career, which of course was interrupted by COVID and various travel issues.
And all those same events and more events coming, but they're all going up in prize money as a whole. So bright future, but you know, like all the guys, they like to compete. You know, they like to hold the titles. They like to know that they were the best player that week. And you know, 23, you only have it once, so you're going to make the most of it and then move on to 24 and so on. I think a thing that's been pretty conscious for him is to learn how to play at a hair faster pace as well, which is only going to bode well with all the events with the shot clock, and of course shot clock implemented when on the business side of things near the end of the tournament. Oh, wow.
Yeah, nice way to close it out. Hadn't had a break and run since the opening rack. He's had one there, and Gorst leads again at 6-5. Looks a touch embarrassed about that.
Yeah, turned to Jason with a bit of a smile and wanted to come tight because he didn't want to get long on the brown 7. Came a little tight, but it worked out.
So Gorst back into the lead and now past the halfway point in his quest to reach 11. As mentioning earlier, Shaw runs a pool room in Connecticut in the US. And many of the top players spent a long week there quite recently playing the Premier League. It was disappointing for Shaw. He only finished in 12th place, but I spoke to him about it the other day and he said he'd be happy to host the event again, but he'd be much more hands-off this time. He felt it was just way too much for him to do, getting it all set up and staying on top of things to actually be seriously competitive in it. Gorst made it through to the 6-man final day. Didn't make the semi-finals though, missed out by 1 place, finishing 5th. You have to play an awful lot of good pool and
12,
win a lot of matches even to do that well
6 racks to 5.
under the Premier League format. 6-5 to Gorst.
Roy's got the 1 and the cue ball on a string. This is going to open up for another nice shot on the blue 2, and again, just kind of really, I don't know if expects is the right word, but really figures to run some racks during every match.
You saw there the cue ball running over the diamond-shaped racking device. And over it twice there while it was still on the table. And people might look at that and say, how does it not throw the cue ball a little bit up in the air? But if anyone's ever held one of those devices in your hand, it's almost like it's not even there. It's an amazing invention.
Yeah, it's funny. There's a player from years ago that David Smith from Virginia, which was a pretty good player and played on the Pro Tour. And he actually came up with the idea that, I think it was 1996 he first showed me. And of course, he went on to get a different career outside of pool, but it wasn't probably another 10 or maybe 15 years later that the template was really starting to be a big impact in pool. And then they've just refined it and made it better and better.
Just impossibly thin. You can't believe they could manufacture something so thin, which it has to be of any use at all for that purpose.
Yeah, and especially because, you know, you don't want the balls hopping out of that template, more of a running kind of action. And, you know, the better the break is, actually you get more of that running action, which is what Ferry Gorst gets a lot. And that's why he puts a lot of break and runs together. You got to go into the 7 a little bit, little inside spin. When you're going into a ball, easy to take your eye off the object ball. I don't see that here, but we're all human.
As Gorst has just shown on that green 6.
Yeah, I'd have to see it again at full speed, but it looked like he let up on the swing. And what happens when you let up, that's when you can miss-hit the cue ball a little bit and create maybe a little bit of a kick on the green 6 as well. Combination of both has let Shaw back in it.
That's as close as Gorst ever comes to looking furious with himself. It looked as though Gorst was going too clear again. He didn't. An unexpected miss let Shaw back in, and we're level once more at 6-all.
Also was könnte es sein? Und dann machen wir den nächsten, also beim nächsten Mal hauen wir es raus. Bis gleich. Nicht einschlafen, Gas geben. Here we go!
It looked as though Fedor Gorst was going too clear again, and then he missed this green 6. As a result, Jason Shaw was back at the table and completed the formalities of rack 12. So 6 all, they both need 5 more to claim a place in the final, where the home favourite Joshua
Rack
Filler
13,
awaits.
Jason Shaw to break. The match is tied, 6 racks each.
He's going to be thin here on the blue too, but that won't slow him down. The lefty can reach this pretty easily, I think. And that's kind of what I was talking about earlier. As the match goes, Jason really tunes in on the break and maybe his best here. The purple 5, that's the one on the bottom rail, really kind of intruding on the path of the cue ball. I think he's still got to go here. Watch out, a little thin hit. Trying to avoid the purple could cause a scratch. Pretty nice shot, but a big tester coming here on the red 3. Not much angle. Possesses a ton of power, but have the accuracy with it.
Wow. Have you ever seen a shot like that?
It reminds me of the one last night.
Yeah.
On the fluke on the 9. Missed the pocket, but a ball disappeared quickly 2 rails in the opposite corner.
Traveled a lot more distance though, didn't it?
Yeah, and you know, Gorst is going to look at that as far as, hey, I made a big mistake on the green 6 in the last rack, and whatever punishment I get from here is a little bit on me. But you could see, just like last night, though, when he really needs the power, it's like he's almost overamped a bit.
So rack number 13. Definitely did not prove unlucky for Shaw there. And now really should see it out to lead for the first time since 5-4, but hang about. It's that 6 again. For the second rack in a row, it's provided a real turning point.
Yeah, and we all know that Jason's not a slow player, but I was looking at the shot clock. He was in position at about 26 on the shot clock. I'd love to see him just take that hair of extra time, which to me was a very scary thing I saw at the Moscone.
Extension called.
As his opponent with Team USA, he was really had it all down pat. Now, does he let the cue ball go some 3 rails off the left side rail nearing his chalk, coming underneath the 9? Does he float this? I doubt it. This is a little in between.
Well, Shaw is seething with himself. And it's turned into one of those matches now that whoever loses it will have 1 or 2 things to regret at the end.
Yeah, well, we always talk about it. You know, you got to kind of ease the mind after a mistake. You have to ease the mind after a big shot. You have to ease the mind after a big fluke sometimes as well.
So for the second rack in a row, missed 6-ball has turned things on their head. This time it's Gorst who capitalises. He leads once again at 7-6. And consider he was 5-4 down. That means Gorst has now won 3 of the last 4 racks. You had some thoughts as to why Gorst missed his 6. What about Shaw's?
Yeah, I didn't really see much. You know, sometimes what you do is you get a little bit of the miss in your mind, and the common miss there is hitting it thick, right? So you kind of say to yourself, well, I want to make sure I don't hit it thick, and quite costly, you caught it a little thin.
So Fedor Gorst leading 7-6, 11 required. Joshua Filler awaits in the final, looking to become the first player in 12 years to win the World Masters in his home country. It's like Shaw's almost trying to make himself see the funny side or laugh about it, but
Rack 14,
can't contain
Fedor
his
goes to break.
rage.
Leading by 7
Of
racks
course,
to 6.
it's all directed at himself. He had such a good chance there. So Gorst back into the lead and needing 4 more.
Bit fortunate there. I think the cue ball was going to get lost, and it would have been on him. There were no kisses on the cue ball except for the fortunate one, and it was going to fall the one right in the side. So I really think a huge 2 games for both players before the ad break to maybe clear their mind towards the end of this match, and maybe a little bit more for Eagle Eye than Fedor at the moment, trailing by 1. And this shows you how good he is with the jump cue. Has the push out option, has a small piece of the 2, I think, to maybe produce a safety, but he's going to take his chances. Plus he knows he's moving the cue ball all the way around the table, so you wouldn't consider a backdoor safety of, you know, something you can really, what's the right way to say it, you know, that you can really plan for, but percentages say the cue ball will be going up near the red 3. Dug on that ball so much that he actually kind of killed the cue ball with the draw. You see the backspin. He's going to keep the short cue in his hand if he can reach it.
Foul shots.
Yeah, that's 2. He's kind of let up on a hair. One early that was triple tough. Thought that would look like a hanger after the blue 2 he just knocked in.
Please start the clock.
It didn't just graze the 8 on the way over, really thumped into it. And again, it looks like another rack that's to see one player clean up after the bad shot or mishap to the other.
I'm going to keep it simple here, and could make both of these, so it'll be a mild draw stroke to hold for the green 6 just in case the purple 5 follows in. Uh-oh, this is going to come up the rail. Missed that by some piece. Well, there used to be a thing back in the day, the great players used to tell me that, you know, there's one thing in aiming and there's one thing in taking dead aim. And that's just making sure when you're down, you're really hitting that purple 5 where you want. And when you have a combination on a ball hanging, it's easy to be, for lack of a better word, a little lazy in that regard. Should be a 2-rail safety behind the 9, chipping off the left side of the purple. This has got to have good speed. It's going to come open. Now right on the fence. it's probably, he's going to go offense, whether it's a bank to the lower left or super thin cut from distance. I think it's going to be the cut shot. Well, this cue ball on the slick table is going to be possibly coming near the right middle, I think.
What a chance to draw level again. There's only been more than one in it at one stage. It was when it was 4-2 Gorst.
It's been some great pool at times, but definitely riddled with some mistakes.
And we're level yet again. It was 1-all, it was 2-all, 4-all, 5-all, and 6-all. Now they're level once more. 7 racks each. Just impossible to pick a winner here, as it has been really throughout. Let's look at the numbers, JJ.
Yeah, you can see pretty close on balls potted. We'll see balls missed, though. That's the one. 5 from Gorst, which is a big number for him. 3, of course, for Jason. And like I said, it's just been a match of a little ups and downs. Not a whole lot of safety play, right? It's been some doable runs that maybe some errors involved, leaving a return run. But this last little race to 4, if you will, that's going to really show us who gets to that final.
Always the possibility that someone could put a spurt on and finish it out in style, but it doesn't feel like that at the moment. It feels more like the sort of match where one of them's going to fall over the line.
Yeah, and if you're watching this match, which so many are, there's a good look at Jason trying to regain that focus, but you may think, you know, what kind of chance the way they're playing against
Rack
Filler
15.
in the final, but
Jason short to break. The match is tied, 7 racks each.
things can change like the wind in 9-ball pool. Well, looks to be a dry break. One's gonna, I wouldn't say dress up, but definitely playable. I think both players can't wait for that next little break, maybe to clear their mind to finish this match. And alluding to what I was talking about a moment ago, you know, finishing this match in style, whichever player it is, if it does happen, can really help going into that final. Now, he was looking at coming at the red 3, maybe to open the 3. I thought it passed the pink. And I also thought he would take on the 1 and try and go up and down between the brown 7 and 9. A little side spin makes this a bit tougher. Yeah, that was the other part of it. Unless he caught the red 3 dead flush, whether it be rail first from the backside or into it directly, the cue ball was always going to continue to travel. The momentum of the cue ball could not be stopped on a chip on the 3. So now going to what he does best, the jump shot. Oh, he's fouled on a couple, Michael, and this 8-ball's very close, and it's not just a sliver. It's got to go over probably half the ball. Bit of fortune. With the 8-ball, I think it was, going by with the blue 2, so the 8-9 jammed up. Could come to the rail with a lot of spin. I like the jump shot here myself. He's not going to jump to make it. He's going to jump to bang the 2 around and try and hold the cue ball on the bottom rail.
Extension called.
He's going to jump and kick at this. I don't know why you wouldn't just knock it right in the face here to hold the cue ball. Now, the one thing is he could jump kick this in the side. Okay, he did go at it. A little laboring at the moment, Michael. I mean, I almost feel like whoever gets this 15th rack has got a huge advantage going into the last.
It's been a bit of a slog at times, hasn't it? Neither of them has really been able to build any rhythm and momentum and get on a run.
It's got to slow down. It'll be all right.
Even when Gorst won 3 in a row earlier in the match, and then Shaw had his run of 3 racks on the bounce as well. Neither of them was exactly sweeping through them. More about getting the job done.
You know, can he easily get past the 7 2 cushions to where he would like to get on the purple 5? The slick table can kind of fool you at times. Okay, got a little bump, and I thought he may entertain something on the brown 7. Now the 8 9, you can see it's a bit of a mess, and it sometimes can fool you. He's checking on that now, trying to see if there's a way from above that the 8 does go to the lower right. We'll get a look in a moment. Now I'm looking at it. I have a pretty good view. He has to be almost kind of where the 7's at, a little bit above it maybe. He can play from underneath. The good thing about playing from underneath, if you don't like it, you may have a pretty easy safety. He seems pretty convinced he's okay from the proximity of the 7 ball. You know, if you're in your club table, you know, where the balls aren't perfectly clean and a little bit older felt, you can kind of play shots where the 8 9 are, to where you can make the cue ball and the 8 ball cling a little bit to where it can make for a makeable ball. And sometimes overlooked, that doesn't quite happen so much on the slick table and the new balls. Well, he's gotten perfect. He just used that side of the pocket.
So Shaw had picked up on a miss from Gorst. Leveling at 7-all. He broke dry here. And Gorst is ahead once more at 8-7. He's inching towards the line. But Shaw is right behind him.
They tell you anything about after this match?
Die absurde Idee ist das Franchise
We've got two of the world's top 5 players here, but neither of them has at any stage really been able to take a firm grip on this semi-final. Except for when it was 4-2 in favour of Fedor Gorst. There's never been more than one in it either way. That's where we are again. It's 8-7. As Gorst breaks in the 16th.
I'll tell you that broke the balls well enough, it seems, to get some distance away from Jason, but just the odd missed ball. And I wonder if the pink goes by the black 8. That makes a huge difference in this rack, and that's what he's inspecting at the moment. It's in perfect position on the blue 2 to draw up the table, but the pink doesn't go. It'll be very difficult to play shape on the 4 ball. Maybe a kiss shot off the 4 into the black 8. So he was looking from underneath, so maybe this ball does not go. I wonder if he's entertained the kiss shot. It looks very playable. Trying to produce something. Treacherous little angle from behind. I think the pink 4 does go in the left middle. Type of shot, though, to get position on the purple 5, you'd have to put some speed, maybe drawing the ball.
Extension called.
Going forward around the table, so I don't know, maybe a safety. Sure like to keep attacking, though. Looks like he's going to chip the pink and come 1 rail softly to the 2nd rail behind the green 6, trying to use the 5 and the 6 for cover. Looks like he's got just in between, so Eagle Eye will have a look. I gotta believe he's going to go offensive here. Don't know if it'll be the cut shot or the cross corner bank, but I don't think he wants to go down with the safety, and the safety's pretty difficult anyways.
Extension called.
Really shocked he elevated there versus just leveling out and trying to somewhat roll the bank in.
Timely opportunity here, as I was saying. The only time when there's been more than one in it was when it was 4-2 to Gorst. This will be a great time to do it again. But the winning line is somewhere on his horizon. You'd only need 2 more then. It's fair to say neither of them has quite produced the display they would have hoped to bring for such a big match. But as you said, JJ, how you play in the semi-final doesn't dictate how you play in the final. A couple of hours to regroup. Think of Copigny earlier today, although ultimately he lost. He was struggling, lacking confidence early on, but played his way into it.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, it doesn't take much to really get your mind in a different place. And these guys have missed before, so they'll understand how to deal with it and move on. Whoever does win this match, or the person who doesn't win this match, will figure out a way to move on to the next event. But it seems like just the way the match has gone, you just can't take your eye off any ball as a spectator, because you never know.
Played to absolute precision. And at last, someone has a bit of daylight again. It's Fedor Gorst. He leads 9-7. Shaw is going to have to win 4 of the 5 remaining racks.
Yeah, and a 2-game lead looks like a bit more than a bit of daylight, but like we talked about, everything can turn like a flip of a coin. So, of course, to want to break the balls here and again keep Shaw in the chair.
Yeah, it's Shaw's 8th successive appearance in this World Masters. Best run ever was 7 years ago. Got to the final and was 1 rack away from the title, lost out to David O'Cady. It's only the 3rd time he's been to this semi-final stage, and the 1st since he lost to Shane Van Boening in the last 4, 6 years ago. But he waited such a long time, Shaw, to win a Matchroom individual title. Finally got it done at the Hanoi Open in October of last year. Yes, he'd been US Open champion before, but that was in the pre-Matchroom era. And if he could back it up with another title on this level later today, he would be in a golden phase of his career. He's got quite a long road back now to get to the final. 9-7 Gorst.
I tell you, the break has given them plenty of opportunities to maybe have already won this match, really. Missed a thin one early on the pink 4. Missed a huge 6-ball on the upper left that really didn't threaten the pocket. So it's been a little hit and miss at times, if you will, for Fedor Gorst and Jason Shaw. But now another prime opportunity to get even more separation, the most separation we've had, and get to the hill. Come 2 rails, just above the 9. Again, hitting the pocket cleanly, staying away from the 4-5 when he comes 2 cushions. Does not want to get jacked up. I think just 1 rail here. A lot of times the players like to stun. It should just be 1 rail kind of floating down the table. Doesn't have to get straight on the pink. Just enough for the cut shot will do. A little cleaner delivery there.
Started the match with a break and run. This would be a lovely time to deliver another.
Overhit that a bit. Wanted just a couple inches shorter of that. I believe he's fallen a little straight, so it's going to get him a little thin unless he goes forward here. Could draw back for the cut.
Already seen one player have to win the last 4 racks of a match this week and do it. Shane Van Boening in the first round. Shaw is 3 balls away from having to do the same.
Extension called.
Wow, I didn't think it was even close to the beeps there. Not saying I was paying a whole lot of attention, but he's played at a pretty nice pace in this match.
For the second time in this semi-final, Fedor Gorst has won 3 in a row, and he now leads by 3. It's the biggest gap there's been between the players at any stage. Gorst on the hill at 10-7. Well, JJ, it doesn't feel like the sort of match where someone's going to win the last 4 racks to take it, but you never know.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as great as SVP is, maybe the greatest of all time, we didn't feel that even when he was playing Wang the other day, and he got the job done. It was a bit of a struggle, and he got a little help doing it, but Jason Shaw believes he can do it. I believe we all think he can, so we'll just see, given him the opportunity, what he can come with.
Yeah, he's a player who, when he gets a bit of momentum, can win a lot of racks very quickly, but he hasn't generated any great amount of momentum at any stage today. And now that's not encouraging to see him shaking his head when he's got to come out and do something special.
Yeah, he's first got to get past the break shot of Fedor Gorst, who really has only mishit the break once where the cue ball was going to scratch. Got kissed away from that scratch, but he's been super consistent. Maybe the word of his career, consistent.
Rack 18, Fedor goes to break, leading 10 racks to 7 on the hill.
Fedor Gorst had never been further than the last 16 of this World Masters before. Win 1 more rack, and he's in the final.
Well, there's going to be no scratch. The 2's going to open up. Now, the 3 is in a decent position as well, the red 3. Got a really nice kiss on the red 3 as well, right there, stopping the cue ball. I think it comes 1 rail over, pretty natural between the brown 7 and 9 to play the 3 in the upper left. We talked about earlier as well that, if you can finish this right with a couple breaking runs, that would really help the confidence going into the final. Cue ball needs to go. This is going to fall behind a little funny, but not bad.
Hasn't been long since we saw Fedor Gorst in big matchroom final, the US Open. Went in as a firm favourite against Ko Ping Chung. He just switched his allegiances to the US that week. Everything seemed to be written for him to take the title, particularly when he led 6-3. Amazingly, really, he didn't win another rack after that. Five balls away from a shot at a real sense of redemption tonight.
Yeah, what you got to appreciate from these pros and these top guys is, even with a bit of a shaky match, and of course to get into the final of the Whirlpool Masters, they keep swinging with a lot of confidence. You gotta love it. Not timid at all.
Talk about it so often in all sports. The great teams and the great players come with the big finish when they really, really need it. Back-to-back breaking runs. Be a special way to sign off on this semi-final.
Yeah, it doesn't have to get totally proper on the 8 here. Little off angle on the 7. You can see, does he go to the rail? Does he just pinch it back? Maybe works the cue ball off the black to the 9. Okay. Struck it really well.
And Shaw must be losing hope now. Job just about done. It's a routine 9. Set up an appetizing final. Fedor Gorst from 7-all has pulled away with 4 racks in a row to defeat Jason Shaw by 11 racks to 7, and he'll be back on the table in a couple of hours' time to play the hometown favourite Joshua Filler in the World Masters Final. Well, he'll be so pleased with the way he finished it out there, JJ. It was so tight all the way. As we said, only at 4-2 was there ever more than one in it. It didn't look like the sort of match where someone was going to win by what looks like a comfortable margin in the end, but he really produced the goods there at the finish.
Yeah, he sure did. Like you said, 2 breaking runs won't hurt going into that final. Of course, Shaw gets the red banner now, so he's out of the event, but hats off to him. But yeah, the best player won here in this semifinal, just like the earlier semifinal. It's going to be an incredible final later for that Whirlpool Masters trophy.
So roles reversed from Hanoi. Jason Shaw was the winner there against Fedor Gorst, went on to take the title. But you know, just a word for Shaw. You look at this. He had that Hanoi Open win. He had a US Open quarter-final. Obviously, he played a big part in the Mosconi Cup win. He's just won a ranking tournament in America earlier this month. So he's finding consistency that hasn't always been there throughout his career. These are the numbers. As you can see, 4 breaking runs. Gorst started with one of those and finished with 2 more. He had another one in between in the 11th rack. Just the one for Shaw. That was the one that got him level at 4-all when he had been 4-2 behind. And he did then edge ahead at 5-4, but it turned out to be the last time in the match that he led. So, Fedor Gorst is through to the final. Let's hear now what he has to say about it. He's with Diane Carl.
Thank you very much, Michael. Fedor, you must be absolutely delighted with that result.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. It was going back and forth. You know, I was leading, then he was leading. But I'm just glad that, you know, the last couple of breaks worked out really well, and I broke her in the last 2 or 3, I think. So, yeah, over the moon.
Were you feeling the emotions as the hours went by in that match?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I made some uncharacteristic mistakes. You know, I was missing some easy balls. So, yeah, I was definitely feeling it.
Yeah, the nerves were creeping in. It's a semi-final. I mean, you've been consistent in the majors. You reached the final of the US Open last year. Of course, you won the World Championship when you were 19. But, I mean, this is a big moment
for you.
That was
5 years ago.
I mean, 5 years ago. You're 23 years young now. So I told you, Carl, my maths isn't very good.
Yeah.
But my goodness, this is a big deal to reach the final of this major.
Definitely a big deal, and looking forward to playing the finals.
Yeah. How did he play, Carl?
Well, he's breaking very good, aren't you, Fedor? You know, he's consistently making the one ball. He said he made a few little errors, but, you know, when you're breaking so good, hopefully one day you get the opportunities. But the big thing is he's knocking on the door. He's been playing really well on the World Nineball Tour.
OK, let's have a look at the winning moment. There we go. Brilliant. I like the celebration. Been practicing that one?
No, not really.
Oh, no, it's good. It's brilliant stuff. You're playing Joshua Filler in the final. And how are you feeling? We love seeing this emotion, though, because, I mean, you guys work so hard behind the scenes and to produce the goods in the semi-final, through to the final.
You're not going to see it very often from me, to be honest.
Oh, really? You're more subdued, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm a quiet guy. I don't really show emotions, but when I do, it's...
Yeah, but with the fans, they've loved it. Well, they've loved it.
Yeah. Well... Yeah.
They have, and you're playing Filler in the final. We're just going to show all our viewers the confirmation of the final. It is going to be between yourself and Joshua Filler, live on Sky Sports at 7 o'clock. But the other semi-final earlier on was Filler overcoming Ko Pin-Yi. He's going off, he's dashing. Fedor, good luck, best of luck. Great stuff. He's 23 years young. What talent is he?
Oh, he's a serious talent. You know, he's got a good head on his shoulders, hasn't he? You know, just to be 23, win the World Nineball when you're 19, you know, it's pretty special to say the least. Obviously, Jason Shaw, it just didn't quite happen at the end of the match.
He just walked across our camera because he's going that way, just to clarify to everybody.
He just couldn't get to the table, you know what I mean, obviously, from the end. But, you know, that's going to happen. But, you know, Fedor Gorst, he has been very consistent. You said that he got to the final US Open, quarterfinals, of Hanoi. He's been knocking on the door, you know what I mean? And here he is again in another major final.
Yeah, they played each other, didn't they? As you say, the Hanoi Open, so he's got one back on,
yeah, exactly.
on Jason.
I'm just wondering if we'll see any funny social media posts later on this evening.
Oh, we'll see. Okay. So we are back on air at 6 o'clock for the final of the World Pool Masters. It is Joshua Filler taking on Fedor Gorst. Who's going to win it?
Oh, you keep putting me on the spot. Can I think about it and you can ask me this evening?
At the start of the next show, so you've got to join us at 6 o'clock. We'll see you then for the final from Germany. See you then. Bye-bye.